Right. Good afternoon, everyone. For those of you who are new to the inquiry, my name is Alistair Edwards. I'm a reporter with the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division. We're here today to continue the inquiry into the application under Section 36 of the Electricity Act 1989 by North Lowther Energy Initiative Limited for a wind farm. I've been appointed by Scottish ministers to hold the inquiry and thereafter report to them with a recommendation on whether to approve or refuse the application. Now, before we begin today, a few administrative points as normal. So the toilets are located outside this room on the left. There's no fire drill today, so if the alarm does go, please leave by the nearest exit and congregate outside the front of the building. If you have a mobile phone, if you keep that on silent or on vibrate during proceedings. You'll notice that there's electricity cables taped down if you just watch yourself as you're walking around the hall. You'll also note that we are being filmed today. This allows those who cannot attend an opportunity to review the proceedings. To enable the system to work effectively, you need to use the microphones by pushing the button and it'll illuminate red, shows it's on, and then pushing it again to turn it off. On that topic, you'll see me talking with my colleague Ewan, who's in charge of filming and audio proceedings today. Ewan has no involvement in the decision-making process, and any discussions we have will not influence the outcome of my recommendation. Now, can everybody hear me clearly? Everyone in the audience? Brilliant. Now, can I confirm those participating in today's socio-economic inquiry session, those leading and giving evidence? And I'll start over with the applicant.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Gordon Steele, obviously representing NLEI, and the witness today will be Mr. Graham Blackett, whose precognition and documents have previously been lodged.
And this side?
Yes, sir. James Findlay, calling Andrew Robinson. I've discussed it with my learned friend, and subject to your consideration and or others, I have no questions for Mr. Blackett. I understand my own friend has no questions for Mr. Robinson, but I'm happy to tender him in case you have any questions for him. But apart from that, I was solely going to rely on his written evidence.
Okay, no, so I have a few questions for both the witnesses, so it would be useful for them to sit, and there may also be some clarification. Down the line, Mr. Mandel.
Yes, I plan to speak today.
Hello, I'm Gerard Godfrey. I'm representing Wanlock Head Village Council and Lead Hills Community Council, and I'm also a witness.
Right. As far as I'm aware at the moment, David Mandel MP will also be giving evidence on this topic, possibly first thing tomorrow, but he may require his evidence to be postponed until Wednesday, depending on what happens in Westminster today. Equally, there may be a possibility that he just has to have his evidence given as read. Is there any objection to parties taking that approach?
None from this side of the room, sir.
So my understanding is we'll hear first from Mr. Blackett, then Mr. Mandel, Mr. Robinson, and then Mr. Godfrey. I was expecting Mr. Abelaria from the Lowther Hill Ski Club to be giving evidence today after 1. He's not here. Therefore, I'm just going to take his representation and inquiry statement as read. Are parties content with that?
Yes, sir. Indeed, I don't think you've got any choice in the matter. If he hasn't turned up, nothing we can do.
Now, as a refresher for those who haven't been involved so far, this afternoon we'll begin the inquiry session into the matter of socioeconomic impact. This is a formal process to ensure that everyone discloses their case in advance, to avoid ambushing and to bring structure and rigour to the process of information gathering and discussion that will take place here today. The evidence will be given by the witness appearing for each party. Each witness will read their precognition. When giving evidence, the witness will sit at the table here. The witness will then answer questions by those leading the other side. Those with the same stance cannot question people on the same side to improve their case, but they can seek clarification if something isn't clear. Questions may relate to any aspect of the full precognition and the documents on which the evidence is based. I will also ask questions if I need further information, and particular points may be clarified after cross-examination has taken place. The purpose of the inquiry session is to enable me to obtain the evidence relevant to the proposed development so that I can make an informed recommendation to the ministers. Those asking questions should focus on that purpose. Now, are there any questions in terms of the inquiry procedure? No. In that case, before we move on to hear from Mr. Blackett, there are some procedural matters. So firstly, to let parties know, I've undertaken a further comprehensive set of site inspections over Friday and yesterday, and indeed today. I have travelled the Dalveen Pass, the Nith Valley, Elvenfoot to Lead Hills route several times, crossed the Harryburn site on 2 occasions. I also travelled down to the Kilgalliach wind farm near Newton Stewart on Friday and walked that section of the Southern Upland Way that was promoted to me by the applicant last week. I also travelled to Eskdale Muir and travelled up the A7. I've also travelled down the Yarrow Valley, gone to the Devil's Beef Tub, travelled up the M74 to look at the Clyde wind farm. Again, I've travelled yesterday through Elvenfoot to Lead Hills, stopped in Wanlock Head, and travelled around the settlement for an extended period of time, and also back down the Nith Valley. Were there any other site visits that anyone would like me to undertake? I think I only have a few left in the outer area, study area, to review. But if there are any other requests, you can either tell me today or before the end of the inquiry.
So if I can reserve that to the end of the inquiry, we had not anticipated you'd have quite such a busy weekend, and I'd like to check with my 2 landscape witnesses, neither of whom are here today for obvious reasons, lest there be anything that I have forgotten about.
Now, we have had a letter of complaint to DPA through Smear Akbar. The reason for that complaint was we didn't hold the landscape and visual impact session on Friday to hear the Wanlock Head Village Council and Lead Hills Community Council's evidence. Now, I can only apologise to those. I understand there were around 15 people who took time off work to come to that. I can only apologise that we didn't hold the inquiry, but as I can only reiterate that the reason we rearranged the inquiry session was on a request from Wanlock Head Village Council and Lead Hills Community Council to hear evidence on the Thursday morning. Now, the inquiry is dynamic, and sometimes we have to change the timetable. We've updated the website to try and inform people as best we can. Now, I would be appreciative, particularly from the community, if anybody is anticipating coming for the remainder of the week, if you could tell me, and then I'll be able to make any adjustments to the sessions as needed. The other 2 points were entry to the building. Now, I note that some people tried to gain entry to the outer door. I've had to close those just purely because of the weather. There's an inner door which has a security pass, and we've tried to highlight to people that they can gain entry by ringing the bell. Indeed, Ewan, there is someone there right now, if you wouldn't mind letting them in. If anybody in the audience, if you hear the bell, if you could help us by opening that door. It has to remain locked. As you may be aware, children use this building on occasion, and due to law, it has to be locked for that reason, and also just to keep the weather and heat in the building. I'm afraid I've got to keep it locked. Anybody have any comments in terms of that letter? We have written back to Ms. Richard. Yes, Mr. Godfrey.
Yes, Mr. Abelero has just arrived.
Sorry, Mr. Godfrey, did you have any comment in terms of the...
Yes, given Mr. Abelero's presence, I just wondered if you were going to stick to the timetable you indicated a few minutes ago, or rearrange it.
I'll come to that in a second. A few more procedural points, and I'll come back, and we can look at the which order we take witnesses in. Okay. So there was a further point of procedure. New documents were submitted on Friday. So Mr. Godfrey has submitted some documents about golden eagles and also the list descriptions for the scheduled ancient monuments. I haven't looked at those. Are parties happy for me to accept them?
Well, sir, our position is this, that I haven't seen them yet, I would wish an opportunity to look at them and discuss them with the relevant witnesses who will be here for the end of play today, 5 o'clock. Therefore, we'll be discussing this evening. It's not for today's business anyway, and if I could revert to you tomorrow morning in that regard. Sir, if you're asking also for comments about the letter of complaint, I don't know if you do wish comments or don't on that, but it does seem to me it's a very harsh and unfair criticism. There's a sign on the door quite clearly indicating you press the buzzer. It's not too complicated. And in relation to the passage of evidence, these things are always dynamic, and 2 community councils were here fully represented, and I think, without putting words in Mr Godfrey's mouth, we're perfectly content to agree the process which was originally altered to accommodate somebody else. I can't even remember who it was now. Oh yes, it was a witness from the council, which we were all happy to accommodate. Then we had to re-accommodate it all to accommodate him, and I really think it's a pretty harsh criticism of anybody in relation to the process and procedure, sir. It's been pretty transparent.
Well, we've acknowledged it, and a letter has gone out, and I appreciate. I think the letter will be circulated in the community to explain what has happened. Right. Also, the council and SNH submitted Dr. Wimble's inquiry recognition and inquiry report, which I accepted last week, so I don't think there's an issue with that. However, they also produced a chronological stepped table in terms of what SNH's involvement in the site. Is that correct?
So it just appeared to us from questions and statements at the inquiry that it may assist to put the FOI material into context, which I would be asking Mr Halfhide to have done in any event, for parties to have had that in advance, and it would make the inquiry run quicker and smoother with that in advance. It's obviously information that he's had obtained. And he, unlike Mr Utley, he actually played a role in various parts of that chronology as time has progressed, so it enables Malone Friend to be able to pinpoint that more accurately as well. So we hope it's a useful document. It's intended to save time rather than me having to adduce that information orally.
Mr Steele, are you agreeable to that document being lodged?
Sir, I have seen that, I have read it, and we have no objection to that. It is unfortunate it wasn't produced much earlier, because it has meant that we've had to look at it over the weekend, but in any event, in answer to your question, no, we don't object.
And finally, in terms of documents, it's my understanding that the Local Development Plan 2 is now adopted. Is that correct?
I'm having checks taken because I think it's only formally adopted when published, so that, if you like, the challenge period runs from the date of publication, which is Section 20A of the 1997 Act. But there's no further steps to be taken by full council, for instance, because adequate authority has been given to publish it. In effect, yes, if it's not formally adopted as of today, it will be later this week. We will inform the inquiry when it's formally adopted, but we can all treat it as being adopted.
Right. Now, there was one final point, and that was to aid myself. Last week, we had quite an exchange between the landscape witnesses in terms of who had said what and who agreed on what. And I wondered whether parties would be agreeable to producing a table very similar to what Mr Welch had in his submissions that shows the impact from scenario 1 for the 3 witnesses, and also adds Dr Wimble's findings for each viewpoint and landscape impact. So the table is essentially expanded to show what's happening. Would that be something that the applicant and SNH Council would be agreeable to produce?
I'd like just to take instructions on that, sir, but I think in principle that is a good idea, and I think in principle I may already have that in my folder because it's what I was working from, but it may not be in a position to be lodged with you just yet, but if we can revert to you on that tomorrow, and we'll discuss it this evening.
So, yes, Dr Wimble has only given commentary on those viewpoints where there was a, if I can use the word, significant dispute. So the table would be limited to that extent. But yes, I think that would be a useful, that we can obviously put no dispute where there's a viewpoint or an issue where there's no dispute, and we can include his commentary where it is appropriate.
Just thinking on my feet here, another way of doing this might be to incorporate into closing submissions.
We'll return to it tomorrow morning. Have a look, have a think, and return to it tomorrow morning. Now, in terms of the order of witnesses today, Mr. Abeleria, my understanding is you're only available until 2 o'clock. Is that correct?
I'm afraid so, and thank you very much for having me today at such a short notice. Thanks for all the parties to allow me to speak today.
You're welcome. Now, you weren't here at the beginning, so when you're finished talking, just turn off your mic again. Brilliant.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, based on Mr. Abeleria's availability, is there any dispute to him giving his evidence first and then moving on to Mr. Blackett? Mr. Steele?
None at all, sir.
Okay. Mr. Finlay, you're happy with that? Mr. Godfrey, you're happy? Right. In that case, Mr. Abeleria, I'm going to ask you to come up and you can sit at this table here.
So just as a preface to that, of course, much of this inquiry document doesn't in fact relate to socio-economic matters, which is the subject for today, and I, for one, wouldn't intend to revisit all the landscape and visual issues which we dealt with extensively and expensively last week.
I would argue that community empowerment is a socio-economic issue.
So sorry, Mr. Steele, is there any particular sections that you wouldn't want the witness to read out?
Sir, the witness is a local resident, so I'm not suggesting he shouldn't read it out, because that's his entitlement, of course. I'm merely saying that I do not, unless you wish me to, intend to cross-examine him extensively. For instance, on the value of the Lowther Hills, something we went into at great length and detail last week. That's but one example.
Right. Mr. Abeleria, are you happy to read out your inquiry statement, or would you like it taken as read?
I'm happy to read it.
So just because you weren't here to begin with, so you understand the process, I'll get you to read out your inquiry statement. I'll see if anybody on this side has any clarifications for you. Mr. Steele, for the applicant, can then cross-examine you, so ask you some questions, and then I have a few questions for you, and then that will be you. Does that make sense to you?
Very good, and thanks again for having me today here at such a short notice.
Right, well, you have your inquiry statement before you? You do?
I do.
Great. Well, if you want to read from, I think, Section 1, Introduction, starting the Lowther Hill Ski Club community.
If it helps for Mr. Steele, I'm happy to skip point 2.3, which I understand that has been already covered extensively by Mr. Godfrey over the past week. So we make it shorter for everybody. Lowther Hills Ski Club Community Interest Company, from now on referred as Lowther Hills CAC, owns and manages Lowther Hills Ski Centre. It's a community-driven regeneration plan. The company was formed locally to promote outdoor recreation and played a role in the economic development of the area as south of Scotland's outdoor capital. As a principle, Lowther Hills Ski Club that has no opinion in any wider debate pro or anti-wind farm. Our interest as an organisation is the economic and social development of our local area through year-round outdoor recreation, particularly mountain sports on the Lowther Hills. However, as a social enterprise, we rely heavily on the drive, skills and the valuable work of our local volunteers. We are gravely concerned about the impact of the proposed wind farm on our most valuable assets, the southern upland landscape and the local community. We believe the proposed development will have a serious detrimental impact on the local demographics of Scotland's highest villages, on its community engagement capacity, and ultimately on the future of this community-driven regeneration plan. Our position remains that the proposed wind farm is in the wrong place, and the application should not be approved, as it doesn't satisfy key elements of the Scottish Government planning policy, the local development plan, and contradicts the spirit of one of the Scottish Government's flagship socio-economic policies, the Community Empowerment Scotland Act 2015. In September 2015, the BBC reported a surge in popularity of the Lowther Hills as the outdoor capital of the south of Scotland. The former mining communities of Wanlockhead and Leith Hills, Scotland's highest villages, have been reinventing themselves as a mountain tourism destination, boasting a number of tourist attractions, including the Wanlockhead Lead Mining Museum, Lowther's Railway, Lowther Hills Ski Centre, Leith Hills Golf Course, Southern Upland Way, over 40 miles of mountain bike tracks and footpaths in the area, and a range of tourist accommodation, including camping sites, wigwams, hotel, and self-catering cottages. As a result, tourism is already the main employer in Scotland's highest villages. The key selling point of the Lowther Hills is the unique sense of place and its natural environment. The visitors who come to the Lowther Hills to enjoy the area's outdoors and recreational opportunities are considered to be of high susceptibility to change associated with wind farm development. We argue that the proposed industrialization of the local environment through the construction, initially, of over 30 100-metre-high wind turbines with their associated earthworks right in front of the villages will undermine the unique selling point and natural assets of the highest hills of the central southern uplands. A hill range like the Lowther Hills is unique within the landscape of the south of Scotland, with hilltops of over 2,000 feet height. The highland-looking topography of the Lowthers make the landscape, natural environment, ecology, habitation and heritage of Wanlockhead and Leith Hills unique within the wider lowland landscape of the south of Scotland. While it can be argued that the ecological relevance of the area has been long overlooked in terms of statutory designations, we have recently seen moves to acknowledge the natural and social uniqueness of the area. One example being the inclusion of the Lowther Hills in the potential boundaries of the proposed Galloway National Park. The unusual highland scenery of the Lowther Hills, in a south of Scotland context, makes the area a popular tourist destination for outdoor recreation throughout the year. Much closer to home than the Scottish Highlands, for people living in the south of Scotland, the Lowther Hills represent an accessible opportunity for thousands of people and families in the south of Scotland, the north of England, to enjoy outdoor recreation, build memories, and gain the health benefits of a mountain environment. The Lowther Hills are an important tourist receptor in the south of Scotland and indeed nationally. We argue that infilling the last remaining gap clear of wind farms in the central southern uplands is not in the national interest, as it will have also a detrimental impact on the recreational opportunities of many people from other parts of Scotland and England. Wind farms can be placed on most hills across Scotland, but the outstanding recreational, cultural and socio-economic potential of the Lowther Hills is of special value and deserves to be preserved. So I jumped to point number 3, sense of place and community empowerment. In 2015, the Scottish Parliament passed by the Community Empowerment Scotland Act. This legislation is intended to support communities to achieve their own goals and aspirations through taking independent action by having their voice heard in the decisions that affect their area. A flagship policy of the Scottish Government, the Community Empowerment Act is particularly relevant in the context of Scotland's highest villages. Wanlockhead and Leith Hills became the first communities in the south of Scotland to initiate their respective community land buyout bids as local efforts towards sustainable community-led development. The wind farm proposal, promoted by an absentee landowner which most people in the local area have never elected nor ever met, seeks to impose on the community a development which the local people overwhelmingly oppose and where, in our belief, no sincere effort has been made to accommodate the concerns of the community. Therefore, it's our view that the proposed development clashes with the spirit of the Community Empowerment Act, one of the government's flagship policies. Wanlockhead and Leith Hills are two former mining communities where landowner neglect and social deprivation have been rife for many decades. Over the past years, the local community has reinvented itself as a desirable place to visit and live, thanks to a vision for sustainable development based in the history and natural environment of the Lowther Hills. It is said locally that people come to live to Wanlockhead and Leith Hills not because of the remoteness, the bad weather, the lack of services, but because of the quality of the natural environment and the sense of place. Scotland's highest villages have developed a vibrant community life with a profusion of small businesses and local volunteer groups. Quoting the Scottish Government's Community Empowerment and Engagement webpage, where communities are empowered, we would expect to see a range of benefits. Local democratic participation boosted, increased confidence and skills amongst local people, higher numbers of people volunteering in their communities, and more satisfaction with quality of life in a local neighbourhood. We are extremely concerned about the impact that the proposed development will have on the sense of place of the Lowther Hills and on the local demographics. The industrialisation of the local landscape will remove the key incentive that has been attracting many key people and skills to the area. We have grounds for grave concern that the loss of such a key asset for the area, which is the uniqueness of the landscape, will result in leading members of the community moving elsewhere. People with specialist skills are very sought after. People are mobile and have other options in life. The loss of key members of the community and volunteers will inevitably have an impact on the area's community-driven regeneration plan and, by extension, on wider social economic factors such as employment, social networks, and access to recreational services. The loss of heart, energy, creativity, and belief in the area can simply not be substituted by any wind farm community subsidy. We echo the strength of feeling of the local communities over the prospect that such a fundamental transformation of the sense of place of the Lowther Hills can be imposed upon by a landowner against the wishes of the local community who live and work here. We argue that this is profoundly disempowering and goes against the purposes of the community empowerment legislation as a flagship Scottish Government policy. Thank you for listening to me again.
Thank you, Mr. Ablaria. Now, from this side of the table, is there any point of clarification that you would wish to put to the witness? Now, remember from last week, yes.
Yes, indeed. Mr. Albalera, you've been involved, in fact, more than involved. You've been the driving force behind the Lowther Ski Club for many years, have you not?
I came to the area just to create it, to found it, yes, and I've been the chairman since.
Right. And is it true to say that you have great experience in the industry? I mean, why did you choose the One Lochhead Lead Hills setting? Why was that the case?
First, Scotland, because there's lack of ski centres in proportion to the population of Scotland. There was only 5 before Lowther Hills. In places like in France, for example, with nearly 40 million people, you have 300 ski centres. So there was room for at least New Zealand, for example, which has the same capacity, the same population of Scotland, has 20 ski centres, and in Scotland we only have 5. So I detected there was a gap in the market. I came to Scotland. I had the choice whether to do it in the Highlands or in the south of Scotland. The south of Scotland had less snow, but it had other factors that would compensate. In the south of Scotland, there was 3 potential areas: the Galloway Hills, the Twitsmere Hills, and the Lowther Hills. Because of access and other factors, the Lowther Hills were on top of the list. In the Lowther Hills, there was the west-facing basin or the east-facing basin, which was overlooking the Clyde wind farm. I thought that the Clyde wind farm was detrimental for the viability of the ski centre, and the west side of the Lowther Hills, which is where Lead Hills and One Lochhead are based, were much more attractive, and that's how the decision was taken to create it in above One Lochhead.
Do you think you'd be able to form a sort of viable ski asset in the area, given the sort of background, such as sort of the amount of snow that we get in the area?
There's many examples all across Europe of ski centres that operate with as little as 20 or 30 days of snow. We get much more than that in the Lowther Hills. Obviously, I did my homework before taking a step forward. I recommend, if parties are interested, for example, in the west of Germany, there's 2 ski centres of a similar altitude and innovation as Lowther Hills. They're called Winterberg and Willingen. They're a very good example of what can be achieved as a year-round outdoor recreation, not just because we tend to think in Scotland, because the Scottish ski centres are a peculiarity. They're not, I must say, they're not, from a continental perspective, they're not very well designed, and that has been translated into viability issues, which over the past years have affected a very negative perception that skiing in Scotland is not viable. It's not because of lack of snow, it's because there's serious design issues in those centres. I forgot what I was going to say. I get excited when we talk about the skiing industry. That's my background. What did you ask me? Sorry.
I think you've answered.
I think you've actually answered the question. I've got no further...
Oh, apologies. Yeah, remember, when we talk about ski centres, we tend in Scotland to think that it's a transportation company in the middle of nowhere that only opens for a number of days in winter and remains shut for the rest of the year. And that's not what a ski centre is. The skiing gives it the marketing, it gives it the name of ski centre, but actually, like in many ski resorts, nowadays in most ski resorts, most of the income is not really in winter, it's actually in summer, although even they're called ski centres.
Right, thank you very much, Mr. Abellero. That concludes my questions for clarification purposes. Thank you.
Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Sir Mr. Abellero. Good afternoon to you. Your ski club, is it a private club?
It is a community interest company. It is, what was the definition of private club?
Well, is it a members' club? Do people have to join? Can members of the public turn up for a day's skiing? How does it operate?
You're both correct. You need to, because of parking issues in the village, we operate on a membership basis, which allows us to manage the crowds. You can, like in a commercial ski centre, have a day membership, but you need to let us know in advance so that we can ensure that we don't overflow the village with too many cars.
Right. Well, look, if I wanted to ski there, would that be possible, and what would I do?
People who want to ski for a day, they usually contact the ski club, asking if they can take a day membership, upon which you're referred a document that tells you where the facilities are and the do's and the don'ts. And the purpose of that manual is to ensure that the village has a smooth experience with the skiers knowing where to go and what to do.
And where do the skiers park? In the village itself?
When we operate the ski slope in Lid Hills, the cars park behind the Hopetoun Arms Hotel and in the square. When we operate in Wanlockhead, the cars park behind the Mountain Lodge. There's a parking area there, and we have the permission of the owner to use it.
When you say the Mountain Lodge, is that the new hut that has just been built?
No, the Mountain Lodge is called is the name of a cluster of buildings by the old railway station,
Yes.
the white buildings.
Can you just indicate, please, the capacity for cars at that location?
The capacity for cars at the location is about 40 cars. The Mountain Lodge.
And do people then get transported up the hill by a minibus or something similar, or do they walk up?
Not yet. At the moment, people like in the good old 60s, they put the skis on the shoulder and walk up the hill.
I remember it well, Mr. Abellero. Not sure I get it now. Now, how many skiing days do you achieve per annum?
At the moment, we have a target of 30 days, and this is put just to give members an idea of what to expect for their money. I should say that this, because we have weather records, on a very good year, we have had 110 skiable days. Obviously, we don't open that much because we don't have the capacity at the moment, and we are just waiting to see what happens with this inquiry in order to see whether it's worth to make further investments.
And on average, when you're open, firstly, is that at weekends?
We prefer to open weekends because that's when people are off, but we also open during the weekdays as well. sometimes.
Are you open every day there is snow available, or
No.
is it more restricted than that?
No, we take a decision based on potential members coming to the slope, like, for example, a school holidays weekend, and availability of volunteers as well, and quality of the snow, of course.
And roughly how many skiers would you expect on a good day?
On the Lead Hills slope, we can have up to 150 skiers. Again, we are quite adamant to limit numbers, not to overcrowd the place. On a good day on Lowther Hill, the slope has a capacity for 100. We have had up to 30 skiers up there.
Sorry, you've had 30 skiers there?
30 skiers on the top.
130 or 30 in total?
30 on Lowther Hill and 150 in Lead Hill.
And do people skiing there pay on a daily basis, or is it an annual membership?
It's an annual membership, and those who come on a sign for day passes, for day membership, they pay on a pay as you go, so per day.
They pay per day. How much do they pay a day? A matter of interest.
£20, I think it was.
How much, sorry?
£20.
And in relation to Lowther Hills, that operates by a rope tow, is that correct? Is there one tow or more than one?
We've got 5 rope tows, and 4 of which are portable. So designed for beginners, short distance, 150 meters. We can install them wherever we see fit. And 1 permanent rope tow, 400 meters, which operates on Lowther Hill. We tend to operate only 2 at a time, although we have capacity for 5.
Sorry, the permanent rope tow is 400 meters, 450?
400 meters on Lowther Hill.
And associated with that are snow fences, obviously to trap and keep the snow in place as best you can.
Correct.
So as I understand it, your intention is actually to limit people going there for reasons that you just outlined, rather than to encourage people to come too much. Is that the position?
Absolutely correct. We made several attempts with the landowner prior to to discovering about the wind farm, about creating parking space and availability of land. Unfortunately, our proposals didn't come with the favour of the landowner. And after that, when we got the news of the development of the wind farm, we decided to put on the freezer plans for further development until to see the outcome of the inquiry.
And just for clarification, is the landowner of the Lowther Hills ski area the same as the landowner of the wind farm?
No, and the reason why there's not a beginner area in Buccleuch is because Buccleuch Estates denied or didn't agree to having a nursery area in Wallachhead. So that's the reason why there's no skiing in Wallachhead.
But your landowner, whoever he or she may be, is not in fact the same as the wind farm landowner.
Indeed, and we're not talking about a nursery slope in Wallachhead because the Buccleuch Estates didn't agree to allow skiing in Wallachhead.
Although it may or may not be directly relevant, insofar as the land community-led buyout is concerned, is that what you're referring to at page 5, paragraph 3.1?
Forgive me, can you repeat the question again, please?
Yes, if we turn to page 5, paragraph 3.1, are you talking about the efforts by the community to acquire, under the various government proposals, to acquire land?
Yeah, that would be something that the ski club would see as a good outcome, or a good prospect for the development of the ski club, because we are aware that in the village there's an appetite for seeing the facilities being developed, and that would allow us to expand the ski centre as we haven't been able before.
And are you aware whether the potential wind farm developers here altered the boundary of the wind farm to ensure there was no conflict with the area in respect of which the community had expressed an interest?
I am aware that an agreement has been reached in respect of the boundaries of the community land buyout, and I'm aware that that can be defined as a compromise between both parties.
Well, however you define it, as a matter of fact, the factual position is now that the wind farm boundary does not conflict with the area of ground in respect to the community having interest. Is that not factually accurate?
You are correct.
Thank you, that's kind. Sorry, you have also made various comments about the effects, but have you read the evidence of Mr. Godfrey, and are you aware that efforts have been made by the potential wind farm operators to reduce effects? Are you aware of that? If you're not aware of that, that is to reduce significant effects, Mr. Avalera. If you're not aware, just say so.
I'm not sure, are you referring to the removal of 2 windmills?
I'm referring to the removal of a number of wind turbines.
Forgive me for not having had the time to go through all the papers. I believe, and I may be wrong, that has been the removal of 2 windmills above the Menoch Pass, and I may be wrong. That's the image that I've got in my head.
Fine, thank you. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Avalera.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. I'll just get your microphone. Thanks. Now, Mr. Avalera, I just have a few follow-up questions. Now, just you gave a response to Mr. Steele about the community buyout area. I'm just wondering what your concerns were in respect to the community buyout in relation to the proposed wind farm.
Rather opportunity rather than a concern. We see that as an opportunity to do things that we, as an organization, have been prevented from doing before. Could I add, for example, an example? There was, I believe, 2 years ago in Wallachet, a community consultation exercises as part of the buyout initiative, where residents were asked what would they like to see as part of the community-led vision, and to our surprise, quite a lot of residents that wanted to see more developments in the ski centre. There were people who were talking about making things happen, basically. So that was very encouraging. So we see this as an opportunity to do things that we haven't been able to do before because we haven't had access to land on the Wallachet side of the fence.
And in your mind, what is it about the proposed wind farm which might affect that particular community aspiration?
You only need 1 or 2 people who drive a project, and that's the difference between the project succeeding or failing. If those people who are leading, they lose the interest in the area because that's not the place where they would like to live, because the landscape has changed substantially and they feel that they can find more satisfaction living elsewhere. If those people leave, that leaves a project in danger of not finding a relevant person with the right skills to continue it. The fact is, even if you remove 2 wind turbines, you still have 30 windmills in front of you, which are higher than the Lowther Hills, and they're not sedentary structures. They're moving. It's like going to a pub and having a telly on. Your eyes just go there. It's just not It's not what you signed for, and you came to an area because of you were expecting to have this, and suddenly the landscape changed. Obviously, your appreciation of the local area may change because of that.
Now, just a few more questions for you. You mentioned that you have other income over the summer. Is that right?
No. I said that ski resorts do have income. When we talk about the ski resorts, we think that they're only businesses that operate in winter. No, ski resorts, many ski resorts, like for example, Nevis Range in Scotland, they make most of their money during summer, not during winter. We are prevented from operating in summer by the landowner, so we can only provide activity in winter. And as you were talking about community land buyouts, for us there would be an opportunity of doing businesses in summer, which at the moment we can't do.
And you've told us how many skiers you might have on a particular day. But how many visitors do you get over the course of your season?
It's difficult to quantify because you may have, and very often we have people walking up the Southern Upland Way who actually came to see the ski centre. I note that the owner of the one located in the local pub is here, together with the owner of the Lit Hills Hotel. They can provide anecdotal evidence of people going to the pub and asking about the ski centre. So we can't say how many people would come on a year just in summer, for example, walking just because they want to see the ski centre. Is that what you're asking? No.
No, I suppose you have a membership base.
Well, apologies. Yes. Yeah. We do have a ceiling of 400 members. I could actually comes to my mind a question by my learned friend when you were asking about capacity, for example. Up to last year, we had a restriction on numbers by the landowner. So we couldn't have, by agreement with the landowner, we couldn't have more than 100 people on the hill.
And finally, you mentioned in your statement something to do with an area regeneration plan.
Correct.
Could you explain more about that? What is that?
Employment, recreation opportunities for residents. So for example, the children, we've got nearly 100, I think it's 87 members locally. That represents an eighth of the local population. If you consider just the adult population, if you would take of the people who are retired, that's possibly like about 30% of the population in Lit Hills and Wanlockhead skis, uses the facilities, the recreation opportunities facilities of the ski club. That's the highest proportion of skiers in Scotland by far. In the school, about 80% of the pupils in winter, instead of going directly home and play with the PlayStation, they come to the slope to have some fresh air. So that has a value. That's a health value, a social value, parents coming outside and socializing in the darkest time of the year. And also environmental value. We have planted 3,000 trees in an area where trees haven't been growing since the hills were deforested. So we're trying to do our bit. But yeah, in terms of economics, which is what interests me, you've got the example of the Alps. We used to be the backwater of Europe, now that the playing ground of Europe. Aviemore, which is not a good example of a beautiful ski centre, but used to be a train station in the middle of nowhere. Now it's the main employment centre in the part of the Highlands. So in the long term, with a very good design and good planning, there's a potential in the area for a beautiful, small, outdoor, year-round ski centre that will provide employment for many people in the area.
Thank you, Mr. Aberlair. I just want to confirm, so that's your plan, the ski centre's aspiration for the future. You mentioned something about a community regeneration plan. Do you know anything about that?
Well, we of course we're small in community, so we know that there's the buyout plans for the area. There's a vision which is pretty much compatible with what the ski centre plan is for the area, and yeah. So I don't want to put words in the mouth of the buyout people. I think that we could say that we are happy with what their plans are, and I think that they see our plans as complementary to what their plans are.
Okay, thank you. No further questions from myself.
Sir, I wonder,
Yes.
I know it's unusual, but there's one or two matters that arose out of your questions that I would like, with your leave, to follow up on, if that is possible. I didn't touch on them, but they have come out during the extra answers given.
So any objection to that from the other side? No? Yes, Mr. Steele, you can ask.
Thank you, sir. I'm grateful. Mr. Rabelera, you talked about the turbines and the windmills moving, etc., suggesting there may be some difficulty for skiers. But if one imagines any ski resort that you like to name in the Alps, are they not characterised by very high pylons, gondolas, cable cars, and all the paraphernalia associated with the uplift facilities? Because unlike the 60s, people won't walk these days and therefore have to be transported mechanically, virtually from their hotel, perhaps not quite, but to the top of the mountain, and that involves some very heavy engineering, does it not?
Yeah, absolutely correct, and there's many examples in the Alps and Pyrenees of abominations that have been created in the mountains, and cutting the slopes and architecture that's completely out of place.
So, well, we don't need to name them, although we could have an interesting debate about that, I think, Mr. Abelera. But skiers are well used to skiing in and around large, tall metal structures for the purposes of uplift, never mind those that might be several miles away, are they not?
Yeah, correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Could I ask a further point of clarification off the back of that? Is that permitted?
Yes, Mr. Mundell, I was about to come to this side to ask if there were any, we'll call it re-examination, but loosely. So, yeah, if you have a point of clarification.
It was just on that specific point, and I wondered if I could ask the witness whether or not skiers would expect to see gondolas and ski lifts in a ski resort.
The question is about what is out of place. I would say that most skiers, or every skier, would see like a chairlift or something that helps them to go easier up the hill, as something that is within that context. I would see, in personally speaking as well, as so many wind turbines spinning in front of you, as something that is out of place. Now, we have our share of social responsibility, and there's already wind turbines in the landscape. One thing is and we accept that, just to say that the ski club doesn't have an interest in any wider pro-anti-wind farm debate. But the sheer proximity of those windmills is seen by the directors of the ski club as detrimental to the future potential for development of the ski centre.
Thank you. Any further clarification? No. Ms. Gibb.
Mr. Edwards, I beg your indulgence.
I'll just get your microphone.
Sorry, I beg your indulgence. Just a couple of questions. They may seem trivial, but nevertheless. Are you aware of the number of visions that came out of the community consultation? How many ideas came out of that?
If I remember correctly, there were 90, or in the region of 90.
And of those 90, what proportion of that would you have said was directly in relation to your business, the ski club?
If I tell you the truth, I can't remember how many of them were in relation with the ski centre, but I remember that a substantial number of them were in relation perhaps like about 30 or 40% with outdoor recreation, both in winter and in summer.
When you talk about the ski club and the activities there, can you tell me what other activities other than skiing that's actually held up in the hills that would not require a membership from your club?
Do you mean about the potential outdoor recreation in the area?
Yes, yes, please.
Right, I'll get your pens out. You've got the long distance route, the Southern Upland Way, cycling, mountain biking. There's about 30-40 miles of gamekeeping tracks around Lit Hills and Wallenhead that can very easily turn into mountain bike tracks. Road cycling, the area is very, very popular for cycling because of the vertical between Lowther Hill and the bottom of the Minnoch Pass is called the Scottish Alpidue, which is a bit... we've got many skateboarders who come to Lowther Hill regularly. They longboard, they call themselves longboarder. They like to skateboard from the top of Lowther Hill to the current location of the clubhouse of the ski club. You've got potential for there's a reservoir where you can do boating, fishing. There's also you can have a zip line. Sport events we have held in the past, cycling races with about 500 or 600 participants. We almost held a marathon as well in the Lowther Hills. What events have we held as well? Events is quite an important source of income, by the way. Even though they're one-off, they don't require that much infrastructure, and they really get a quite good return. I could go on and on.
Oh, sorry, just one other question. Mr. Steele made mention of the proposed buyout that's happening in Wallenhead, in as much as that he said that this doesn't have an effect on the wind farm, or the wind farm doesn't have an effect on it. Can you tell me, please, the original area that the village, this is the village, would like to have purchased from the Clew Estates?
I believe that it was, the original area was 3 or 4 times larger than the compromise that has been reached to accommodate the demands of Buccleuch Estate.
Thank you, Mr. Ablera. So basically, as I understand it, the proposed purchase of land is somewhere in the region of 4,250. I'm going to say yards, metres, whatever you want, acres, sorry. So it would have been probably 3 times that distance. I think I'll draw my question into a close there, because could get into muddy waters. Thank you very much, Mr. Ablera.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ablera, for your time. I realise you have to head away now.
Thank you so much for having me at such a short notice. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Right, we'll just take 5 minutes to switch over for Mr. Blackett to get himself organised in the witness table. Mr. Steele, if you'd like to take Mr.
Thanks,
Blackett.
sir. Our witness for today is Mr. Graham Blackett. Copies of his precognition and inquiry report have circulated. Mr. Blackett, could you go straight to your precognition at section 3, please?
3. Expected socio-economic benefits. Chapter 13 of the Environmental Statement, CD 1.1, presented an assessment of socio-economic effects. The assessment was undertaken by Bigger Economics. The assessment of these benefits was undertaken based on best practice standards. This method took account of the scale of the proposed development, the expected construction and investment costs, based on what is typical for the sector, given the scale of the proposals, the nature and scale of the contracts and subcontracts that will be available during construction and operation, the potential for local and regional businesses and people to benefit, based on experience of what has happened in the development and operation of wind farms elsewhere, and a review of the businesses and skills in the local and regional areas. There are two sources of economic activity. The first arising from each of the component contracts and the jobs they support in the supply chain. The second is from the anticipated spending in the relevant study areas of people employed in these contracts, the income effect. The expected benefits of the proposed development during construction have been estimated as £3.4 million and 29 job years in the local area, which is Wanlock Head, Lid Hills, Sanquhar, Kirkconnell and the surrounding area, and £35 million and 279 job years in the regional area, South Lanarkshire and Dumfries and Galloway. The expected benefits of the proposed development during operations have been estimated as £0.9 million per year and 7 jobs in the local area, £4.5 million per year and 36 jobs in the regional area. In addition, the project would contribute to public services through taxation, including non-domestic rates, estimated at £1.3 million, and support additional employment associated with the proposed conservation management plan. 4. Tourism impacts. There is no evidence to suggest that the proposed development will have any negative effects on the tourism sector. The relationship between wind farms and tourism is a well-researched topic. Studies include research undertaken by Bigger Economics, CD 9.7, which concluded that published national statistics on employment in sustainable tourism demonstrates there is no relationship between the development of onshore wind farms and tourism employment at the level of the Scottish economy, at local authority level, nor in the areas immediately surrounding wind farm development. These findings should not be surprising. Wind farms are now a well-established feature of the Scottish economy, and if there were any associated negative impacts on the tourism sector, they would be apparent by now. 5. Community impacts. The developer has operated a community benefit fund, has offered a community benefit fund of £735,000 annually on the basis of £5,000 per megawatt per annum and an installed capacity of 147 megawatts, so £18.4 million over the lifetime of the project. This funding could support 14 jobs in the community, depending on how the community decides to allocate the funding, and provide a source of funding to assist the community realise economic and community development aspirations. These could be further enhanced if the developer's willingness to discuss shared ownership is taken up by the community. 6. Transformational opportunity. The proposed development, along with other significant investments that have been proposed, offer a transformational economic and social development opportunity for Upper Nithsdale and provide an opportunity for the local community to invest in local development priorities. To ensure that the local area benefits from these opportunities, an action plan, CD 9.9, has been prepared for implementation by the South of Scotland Economic Partnership and the new South of Scotland Development Agency. 7. Other statements of case and inquiry reports. Dumfries and Galloway Council. Dumfries and Galloway Council's inquiry report makes reference, paragraph 2.6, to the jobs impact being dependent on relevant skills being available which cannot be guaranteed, which seems to take no account of the initiatives intended to ensure such an outcome as contained in Upper Nithsdale Action Plan. The Council's inquiry report also contains a section on tourism and recreation. However, this simply deals with landscape and visual impacts and offers no evidence on whether the proposed development would impact on the tourism economy. David Mundell MP. David Mundell MP's inquiry statement covers a range of issues, including potential tourism impacts. Mr Mundell states that the development can only have a negative effect on the tourism in the area, the Southern Upland Way in particular, and the opportunities for further tourism development and related jobs. However, he does not explain why this should be the case, and no evidence is offered or referred to. Oliver Mundell MSP. Oliver Mundell MSP's inquiry statement focuses on landscape and visual impacts, but also refers to tourism, stating that the negative cumulative visual impact will destroy the local tourism industry. However, no evidence is offered or referred to that provides any basis for this opinion. Lead Hills Community Council and One Lockhead Village Council. The inquiry statement from Lead Hills Community Council and One Lockhead Village Council recognises the economic benefits that are associated with the development and welcomes the initiatives such as those set out in the Upper Nithsdale Action Plan. The statement also recognises the investments made by Buccleuch in the local tourism sector and highlights the potential to further develop the sector. I agree that the local tourism sector has further development potential and could generate additional employment. Lowther Hills Ski Club. The inquiry statement from Lowther Hills Ski Club Community Interest Company makes little relevance to skiing, instead focusing on the sense of place and community empowerment. The most important driver for the development of skiing is, of course, the availability of snow. Measures to tackle climate change, such as the increased role of renewable energy for electricity generation, will therefore be relevant to whether there are likely to be more or fewer skiing days available in the Lowther Hills over the next few years and decades. Scotways. The inquiry report and evidence submitted by Scotways is mainly concerned with landscape and visual impacts, although some reference is made to tourism. The assertion is made that the evidence available means that it is not possible to know whether the development of a wind farm might deter tourism visits. Further discussion of evidence on tourism and wind farms is provided in a Scotways document, SW7. This is a report authored by John W. Mackay of Scotways, rather than a review by a professional qualified to critique tourism surveys. The discussion focuses on the Moffat report, a study that was based on fieldwork undertaken 12 years ago, and does not take account of more recent evidence, such as the Bigger Economics report, CD 9.7, which finds no evidence of a link between wind farm development and tourism employment. 8. Conclusion. The proposed development will deliver substantial economic benefits during the construction period and during the operational period. These benefits include both employment opportunities and the opportunity to invest in community development priorities. The social economic benefits are substantial, providing a transformational economic and social development opportunity for Upper Nithsdale, directly related to the proposed development and as a result of wider community development and associated initiatives. These benefits do not conflict with the community aspirations for the area, including plans to develop the local tourism sector.
Mr Blackett, just a couple of further points, if I may. Firstly, the community have lodged documents and relied upon documents from a Mr Wynne in relation to these issues. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes, I have seen those documents.
And are you familiar not only with Mr Wynne, but his documents and his criticisms?
Yes, I know Mr Wynne well. He's, in fact, a previous colleague of mine. I'm aware of the specific documents that have been submitted because they were dealt with in some detail at the Catholic inquiry, the Catholic Wind Farm inquiry, where both myself and Mr Wynne appeared. I have reviewed his critique of the bigger economic research, and he makes, I think, a series of quite technical statistical points, but there's nothing in those that would cause me to look again or change any of the findings of the research. And of course, I'm really happy to answer any questions about that.
And are the criticisms that he makes here the same, similar or identical to those that he made at Caplich or Caplich, however it's pronounced?
Yes, it's the same report, in fact.
And did his arguments find any favour with the reporters at that inquiry?
No, they didn't, no.
So is it just the same thing all over again?
It is, yeah.
Now, in relation to the economic case, are there any significant differences between the case that you argue here and the case that you have argued at other wind farm inquiries, Mr Blackett?
Yes, there is, yes. One of the areas of difference is the conservation management plan. So obviously that is motivated by conservation issues, but it will also support employment of a hen harrier officer. And the other significant difference between these proposals and others that I have looked at in the past is the initiative to take the Upper Nithsdale Action Plan forward. because what that does is it seeks to maximise the local benefits by taking specific action on areas like training and business development initiatives to make sure that the opportunity that exists associated with development does benefit the local area. And this is an approach that's now been taken forward by the UK government. And an example of that would be the offshore wind sector deal, as it's called. And that's part of the UK government's industrial strategy. And it's seeking to maximise, well, in that case, the UK benefits from that sector by undertaking the sorts of initiatives, obviously at a national level, but this is the same principle that are outlined in the Upper Nithsdale Action Plan. And it also has the potential to be almost like a pilot project for a sort of new approach to economic development by sort of combining community, social and economic development as part of one initiative. And that's the sort of thing that the new South of Scotland Economic Development Agency has been set up to do. And so this project presents an opportunity to try out that type of approach. And so the combination of having a large opportunity and initiatives to take advantage of that opportunity really do make this potentially transformational.
Obviously, you'll be in a position to answer detailed questions about that, Mr. Blackett. Do you know what the attitude of the local authority's Economic Development Department is in relation to these matters and the benefits that you've just outlined?
Yes, part of the process of preparing the action plan was a consultation exercise. So a paper was produced but by myself that set out the sort of scale of the opportunity and identified what some of the challenges would be in order to maximise the local impacts. And that was circulated to all the relevant agencies, including the local authorities, Economic Development Department, and they were consulted as part of the process. And at when the action plan had been prepared, were asked to support the plan, and they have been very enthusiastic. In fact, the phrase transformational opportunity originally came from the now former head of economic development at the council. So, whilst and a phrase I agree with, it's one that I guess I borrowed from the economic development department. So they have been very supportive, and in fact have taken it forward to the South of Scotland Economic Partnership, which is the interim arrangements that are in place until the new South of Scotland Development Agency are set up. So they've supported the project in that forum.
And you'll be able to answer any questions about that in more detail if required?
Of course, yes.
Right. Thank you. No further questions. Thanks.
Mr. Finlay, do you have any cross-examination for the witness?
No, sir, but just one point of information. Mr. Blackett, you referred, in answer to my own friend Mr. Steele there, to the Upper Nithsdale Action Plan, and you referred to that in paragraph 7.1 of your recognition, but just asking you to confirm that in paragraph 2.2 of the Council's report, Mr. Robinson has indeed referred to that plan.
Sorry, I don't have the document in front of me.
Well, perhaps you can take it from me that he has, and if there's any dispute about that, I can see Mr. Steele accepting it. Just, it might have been given the impression that he hadn't, but it's just a point of information, that's all. I have no further questions.
I'll go to the Community Council and the Village Council, and then I'll invite Mr. Mandel if he has any questions as well.
Yes, I've got a number of questions. Good afternoon, Mr. Blackett. First of all, can we start things off with how would you actually define tourism?
Tourism is generally defined by the National Tourism Organisation as a trip away from home where an overnight stay is undertaken.
Yes. I was looking at the Visit Scotland definition, and they define a tourist trip as a stay of one or more nights away from home, which you're perfectly right. For holidays, visits to friends or relatives, business trips, or any other purpose except such as boarding, education, or semi-permanent employment. So under that definition, I think half the people at this inquiry would probably fall within that definition, because you're actually away from home. But to me, the sort of it does say that sort of business trips are part of that definition of tourism, and I think I'll probably leave that one hanging at the moment.
Well, sorry, Mr. Godfrey. So it's fine for you to tell me something like that, but you need to couch it in a way that you're asking the witness a question. So something like, do you agree business trips could be... Yeah.
I apologise. Do you agree that that is the definition of tourism as defined by Visit Scotland?
Yes, I do, and business tourism would, of course, be relevant to the development, because it would generate some business tourism.
Yes. Over the last 10 years or so, has there not been quite a change in the nature of tourism?
I guess, like every other sector, there are always changes over time. It's a very dynamic sector, yes.
When I was much younger, tourism tended to be associated with rural tourism, but would you not agree that increasingly and probably dominantly, tourism now tends to relate to city-based tourism?
Not particularly, no. Tourism includes both urban tourism and rural tourism, and always has.
But would you not agree that there's been an increased emphasis in urban tourism over the last few years?
Not particularly, no. I'm not sure what you would mean by emphasis.
Well, I was just thinking of something like the Edinburgh International Festival and the Fringe. Over the last sort of 10, 15 years, the number of people going to that particular event has increased significantly, has it not?
Yes, it's certainly events tourism is something that's grown a lot over the last decade or two. But I mean, I guess that would include urban events like the Edinburgh festivals, but also rural events as well have grown in popularity. And in fact, Drumlandrick Castle is a venue where many events take place. I've been to some myself there.
Yes, indeed, they do put on some good things there. Right, how would you define sustainable tourism? And I did note that in your paper you did, there was a heading there, sustainable tourism, and how does it differ from tourism per se?
Okay, the phrase sustainable tourism is a phrase that's used by government agencies to define a sector of the economy in terms of using standard industrial classifications. And the Office for National Statistics defines that as including various businesses in which tourists will spend money. So it includes things like hotels, restaurants, tour operators, transport companies, all the sorts of things you would associate with tourism spending. So it is, if you like, looking at tourism from the other end. So it's looking at it from the business end rather than the tourist end. And so where I have looked at tourism jobs, I have used that standard definition that has been agreed.
I'd like to move on now to the sort of link between rural tourism and landscape, may I refer you to Visit Scotland's consultation response to the application. That's CD 26. CD 26, Mr. Innes.
Okay, thank you. I have that in front of me now.
Right. May I draw your attention to the bottom paragraph of page 1 of that response, the importance of scenery to tourism. And within that section, it does specify that tourism is driven to a major extent by the quality of scenery and the natural environment. And would you agree that that's set out in the document?
Yes, I can see that that's set out, and I would also agree with that view.
Right. And it goes on to say that when deciding to come to Scotland, the importance of the natural environment and scenery it cannot be underestimated. Is that the case in the document there? It's on the first line of the bottom paragraph.
Yes, I see that, and again, I would agree.
And that it further goes on to say that a large majority of visitors to Scotland come because of the landscape, scenery and the wider environment, which supports important visitor activities such as walking, cycling, wildlife watching and visiting historic sites. Is that not the case?
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Godfrey.
Yes.
What you're doing here is you're reading passages of a consultation response to the witness, and he's in agreement with you.
Yes.
That's what it says. I don't. So, if you have a particular question about the response from Visit Scotland, perhaps you could pose it that way.
Right. Okay. Turning over the page. Sorry. The report does make the point, does it not, that the importance of scenery and natural environment is one of the main reasons for visiting Scotland. It makes that point, does it not?
Yes, it is. Yes, it's one of the. In fact, it is the top driver. And
yes.
When surveys are done of tourism or why they've chosen to visit, it's usually the thing that comes top.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to your precognition, in paragraph 4.1 of your precognition, you state that there is no evidence to suggest that the proposed development will have any negative effect on the tourism sector. That's the case, as you understand it.
Yes, that's from my precognition, so yes, of course. Yeah.
Yes. And how did you come to that conclusion?
By reviewing the research evidence that's available on the link between wind farms and tourism, of which there is a considerable volume. And the previous document you referred me to from Visit Scotland, I understand the relevance of that. So if the landscape is a major driver in terms of attracting tourists to Scotland, then if changes to that landscape associated with wind farm development were to discourage tourists, we would expect to see some evidence of that by now, given that there's been quite a number of wind farms developed in Scotland over the last 20 years or so. So in fact, as I go on to refer in my recognition, I felt, having reviewed the tourism evidence that was available, that they tended to be based on surveys of what people might say they intended to do if something changed. So if a wind farm was developed here, are you more or less likely to visit? And I thought it would be interesting to look at whether there was any evidence of whether that had actually happened where wind farms had developed. So Bigger Economics undertook a study that did that, and CD 9.7 is the resultant study.
Thank you. I mean, when drawing your conclusions, I mean, did you not take into account the paper by Dr. David Gordon entitled Wind Farms and Tourism in Scotland? That's CD 9.8.
I'm aware of that document, yeah.
In your study or analysis of standard industrial classifications and sustainable tourism, you seem to be working on the basis that the tourism market is sort of homogeneous, but in reality, isn't it segmented very, very largely?
Yes, I would agree with that. I wasn't working on that assumption, no.
So, in terms of, let's take somebody that is involved in outdoor activities, say walkers or cross-country cyclists, that they obviously would form one part of the overall tourism industry, but they are a segmented type of tourist, are they not?
Some walkers will form part of the tourism sector and some won't. So if you had somebody, say, visiting for the day, perhaps taking a sandwich with them, walking in the hills and going home afterwards without spending any money in the area, then they're not really contributing to the tourism economy. If you had someone coming and staying for 2 weeks in a local hotel and walking in the area and maybe spending other money in the local area, then they would definitely be a tourist and contribute to the tourism economy.
Right. I mean, looking at Dr. David Gordon's paper, he draws a distinction between general tourism and specific segments of the tourist market, if you like, and he looks at tourism in the context of walking and sort of environmentally based tourism. That is the case, is it not?
So yeah. I mean, Dr. Gordon's paper is his personal commentary about his interpretation of some research findings. Again, these are papers that have been discussed extensively at previous wind farm inquiries, and there are several issues with some of those papers in terms of the methodology that was used, but I'm happy to discuss that.
But does he not make the case that walkers, because of the nature of walking, if they're tourists, tend to have quite a link with the environment and probably have an enhanced aversion, shall we say, to wind turbines, in that they could, in terms of certain walkers, impact on their enjoyment of walking?
That is Dr. Gordon's opinion as he expresses in that paper. However, it's not based on any evidence. It's simply his opinion.
can I sort of move on slightly? I just want to pick up on one or two points in the research paper that you cite as evidence. That's CD 97.
I have that in front of me.
Right. In paragraph, or the section 3, tourism in Scotland, and then there's sustainable tourism employment. If you sort of move down to that third paragraph, I was looking for some really clarification as to what you actually meant by one of the sentences there. It says, previous research by Bigger Economics in Stirling Council area found that approximately half of all spending in sustainable tourism businesses in Stirling was from residents and half was from visitors. That's the case, is it not?
Yeah, so what I'm trying to do there is explain that I guess there are some businesses, potentially, where all of the businesses might come from tourism spending, but that's quite unusual. So it's more usual that spending will be a mix of local residents and tourists. So just giving some example there of work that we had done at Stirling that found in that case it was about half and half.
Your analysis, a lot of your analysis is based on SIC codes, Standard Industrial Classification codes, is it not?
Yes, as I confirmed earlier, yes, it is. And this is the standard definition of the tourism sector used by National Statistics that's followed through in tourism strategies.
But you sort of hinted that earlier on, just 2 or 3 minutes ago, that a lot of the jobs within these sectors could be arise as a result of non-tourists. Is that not the case?
Yes, of course, yeah.
Yeah. So to actually draw a conclusion that if numbers of employment or the number of people employed in particular sectors is going up, then could it not be due to other factors rather than just increase in tourism employment?
Sorry, what conclusion are you referring to?
The conclusion I was referring to is that one of the main themes in your paper is that tourism employment has been increasing and also increasing in areas where there have been wind farm developments, and you're saying that the increase in employment is due to the increase in tourists. But surely there are other factors that can be taken into account, are there not?
Yes, I don't think. You could show that I'm wrong, but I don't think we suggest that. But the reason for using sustainable tourism employment as a basis of the evidence is because you can drill down to local areas to get a feeling for trends. So the proposition is, if there was some association between wind farm development and fewer tourists and therefore fewer tourists spending money, you would expect that to result in feed through in terms of lower employment. So, of course, if I understand the point that you're making, of course, residents will spend money in an area, and that will change over time, for many reasons, but most significantly for general economic conditions will tend to affect general consumer spending. But if there was some effect from wind farm development, you would expect to find a different pattern in areas where wind farms had been developed compared with other parts of the country. So that's why we're using this approach.
Did you make any attempt to sort of drill down into the SIC categories? Because, I mean, when you actually look at the SIC handbook, that there are massive amount of information relating to different SIC codes, and they all tend to be subdivided into different. Each code is subdivided into different categories, is it not?
It is, yeah. And as with all statistics, the more you break them down into subcategories, and at the same time look at smaller geographic areas, then the confidence and the quality of the statistics would decline. So if we were looking at things at the level of the national economy, then looking at really quite detailed, small area, standard industrial classification categories would be possible. At a more local area, the reliability of that data would decline, and so it's probably not sensible to do that.
Yes, I would accept that, that your analysis is right there. I still have some problems relating to the sort of interpretation of, or the way that you have interpreted this data. For instance, if you look in Sanquhar, we have the arts. There is a cafe there, and I don't know where you had your lunch today, but whether you went into one of the local establishments. But in the local establishment where you had lunch, were there many local people in, or what was the proportion between visitors and locals?
Sorry, Mr. Godfrey, I'm not sure the witness could answer that. I don't even know if he had lunch in the area, but I don't see where that's going in terms of the application that's proposed.
Okay, I was just trying to reinforce the point that, or draw from the witness the fact that in many local.
Well, hang on. Now you're giving me evidence.
All right. Okay. Yeah. I beg your pardon. I'll change tack if I may then.
So I wonder if you're intending to have a break at any stage this afternoon, because it might have the benefit of allowing Mr. Godfrey to regroup, so to speak. I'm not moving that, but it might be helpful. I don't know.
Yes. So how much more questioning do you think you have, Mr. Godfrey?
Not a great deal. Probably 5 minutes more. I could probably manage that.
Well, I don't want to restrict you if that's not the purpose of the inquiry. Mr. Mundell, would you have some questions for the witness?
I was going to say I would estimate 10 minutes maximum worth of questions, and that might give Mr. Godfrey a chance to read if indeed he wants to do so at all.
I'm quite happy to hammer on, if you like, if with your agreement.
Well, I probably have around 15 minutes questioning, so that's probably about half an hour, possibly 40 minutes. We have been going for an hour and 45 minutes now. So what I suggest we break now, and we'll come back at 3 o'clock. Mr. Blackett, you're an experienced witness. You understand you're in Purdo just now. Yes. Someone will bring you a cup of tea, I'm sure. Thank you. Break. Mr. Godfrey, are you ready to continue?
Yes, indeed. Is it not the case, Mr. Blackett, that the Office of the Chief Economic Advisor of Scotland did issue a paper entitled Growth Sector Briefing Sustainable Tourism? That's in our list of papers, and that's WL2. I don't know whether you're familiar with that paper at all.
Yes, I am, yeah.
Is it not the case in that paper that there was a comment at the beginning of that paper that tourism-related activities, as sort of defined as sustainable tourism, did not represent a direct measure of economic activity from tourism? That's the case, is it not?
That's the case, and yes, I guess that's consistent with what I said earlier, that there's going to be a mix of resident and tourist spend, and therefore not all the employment is going to be supported by tourists.
Okay, can I just move on to the impact of wind farms on sort of local areas, if I may? You referred to data zones. Could you sort of define for the benefit of everybody present here what a data zone actually is, please?
Okay, so I think here you're probably referring still to the Wind Farm Tourism Trends report, where what we did there is we looked at local areas around wind farms, and we were interested in gathering statistics about tourism employment in the vicinity of wind farms. And the way those statistics are organised is there are a number of what are called data zones, which are geographic areas on a map that you can get data on. So what we did in the areas surrounding wind farm developments, we took a radius of about 15 kilometres and took the best match we could of the data zones that represented that radius and gathered statistics for that area.
Right. How many people are there normally in a data zone?
I can't recall, but it's going to be in the hundreds, possibly the low thousands.
I think the definition of a data zone the actual population in a standard data zone tends to be around about 200, but it does fluctuate quite largely. I agree. Arising from the analysis that you carried out from data zones, can you sort of explain what was the source of that analysis? Where did you get these statistics from?
From the Office of National Statistics, where they publish data on employment in different sectors of the economy.
And in relation to the specific employment of, in particular, sustainable tourism sectors, there is, I've sort of lost the point I was going to sort of try and draw out there, I'm afraid. Yes, I think I'll leave it at that, if I may. Thank you.
Ms. Gibb.
Mr. Blackett, I'll hope to be short, if not sweet. I just require some clarification. First of all, Mr. Blackett, just can you please clarify that you are aware that the land of Wanlock Head and the surrounding land and the land for this proposed development is owned by the developer?
That's not my understanding, no.
Could you please then clarify that?
So I'll be very happy to clarify that. It is a legal matter, if that would assist you. I'm not sure it's for this witness, but we can assist you with that, if that would be helpful. It's not a normal request.
Well, I mean, the applicant is more than the landowner, so that the question's a bit more complicated than simply asking. So I don't know if the question is who is the landowner or who is the applicant.
Mr. Edwards, up until today, I was led to believe that the applicant was the Buccleuch Estates. I'm now beginning to think that the applicant is not Buccleuch Estates, that it is some other company. I have no knowledge of this.
What we'll do, I think that's a factual matter, not for this witness, which I think Mr. Steele can clarify, if not by today, then tomorrow morning.
It might be better to lead the evidence formally from Mr. Bell about the matter, sir, but the applicant is not and never has been Buccleuch Estates, full stop.
Perhaps you could confirm just quickly then that if the applicant has never been Buccleuch Estates, full stop, that the land that's being used still belongs to the estate.
I think we can leave that for Mr. Bell as well.
Mr. Blackett, are you aware of this is all relevant, as you will see from the following questions, of the previous land use for the area that's been proposed, developed for a wind farm?
In a general sense, yes, but I mean, I don't have a map of land uses or something of that nature, but in a general sense, yeah.
So in a general sense, Mr. Blackett, you will be aware that it was used for grouse shooting, and that as such it did actually employ some 12 keepers and auxiliary staff. That number may be up or down, one or two, but since the proposed, can I ask you to answer?
I'm not familiar with what the employment levels would have been, but that is also my understanding, yes.
Okay. Mr. Blackett, are you aware of the objection that the estate, and this may be off point because given Mr. Steele's last comment, that the estate had an objection to a small development called 20 Shilling Hill within Sanquhar?
I am aware of that. I don't have it in front of me, but I'm aware of it.
Going on to, it's actually all linked to the same thing. I fully appreciate, Mr. Blackett, that you pointed out at great length that the plan was to employ one person to look after the hen harriers. And given that particular role, I am delighted to see that there is going to be a job for that particular thing. But you also mentioned that there's going to be 7 local jobs. Is that an estimate or is that an actual fact?
At this stage, it's an estimate because the wind farm doesn't yet exist. But the estimate has been based on what has happened at other wind farm developments and an assessment of the sort of local economy and local skills. Now, that is a sort of baseline assessment. It is possible that as a result of things like the Upper Nithsdale Action Plan, if some of these measures are implemented, it could end up being higher than that because a higher proportion of the jobs could be local than is usual if that sort of initiative is taken.
So would you agree with me then, Mr Blackett, that it doesn't take a mathematician to establish that 7 from 12 equals 5 lost jobs?
So I'm not sure which jobs are lost.
Ms Gibbs asked you about the grouse shooting staff, and I suppose the question here is, will the grouse shooting staff be lost as a consequence of the development?
Not as far as I'm aware. I wouldn't expect there to be a link between the development and decisions taken on that business.
Mr Blackett, would it surprise you to note that grouse shooting ceased when the initial proposal for a wind farm was first mooted?
It wouldn't surprise me, but I wouldn't expect those things to be connected.
Can we move on, still in relation to the 20 Shilling Hill objection? And there was much ado about tourism, lack of or excess, whatever. But are you have stated that you have read that document. Are you aware that within that document, and this was produced by the estate, and again this may be mute, that much was made about the effect that the proposal would have on Drumlanrick and Croic Multiverse? Would there not, based on where the proposal is going to be, could the same argument not be said about this development?
Sorry, just before you answer that, I think that's a fine question to ask. However, I think it would be useful if the witness here actually had a copy of that objection letter in front of him before answering, so we could get the core documents. And if you could tell me what core document number we're looking at as well.
I have that document in front of me now. Which paragraph number is that?
Sorry, the paragraph that starts investment in tourism and recreation. It is for your ease just over the page from the start of 82. Sorry, page 26.
Thank you, I've got it.
I think the question was, is this objection not also applicable to the application proposed?
So I'm not sure. Is the question whether I agree or disagree with this document, or?
No, the question was, I was asking if you were aware that much was made of the area in relation to tourism on this objection letter.
I can see that there is discussion of tourism impact in this document. Yes.
And finally, Mr Blackett, other than the economic drivers that are pushing the proposal ahead. Oh, sorry, can I just read this question because it'll make more sense. Other than the economic drivers, these objections that have been levied sorry, I think, Mr. Blackett, I'm going to stop there. But just one last thing, if I could have your agreement or disagreement on this. Would you not agree that what is sauce for the goose is also sauce for the gander, given the details on the 20 Shilling Hill objection?
I mean, I'm not sure whether the question relates to my views on the 20 Shilling wind farm or whether that would apply to this project. I guess the project's in a different location and therefore not directly. Had I been involved in drafting this document, I wouldn't have reached the same conclusions, even about 20 Shilling, never mind this development.
I appreciate your frankness, Mr. Blackett. Thank you.
Mr. Mundell, do you have any questions for the witness?
I do, Mr. Edwards, thank you. Following on from Ms. Gibbs' questioning, I know why that question was difficult to answer, but would you be able to set out in your professional view why you think the landowner would take a different view in relation to their own tourist assets to an area that is of interest to others?
I guess my assessment of the tourism impact has been specifically for now, the North Lowther Energy Initiative, and I haven't done an equivalent assessment of another project, so you know, I can't do a direct comparison. But in general terms, I wouldn't expect a wind farm development to impact on a tourism business elsewhere. I don't have any evidence that would lead me to that conclusion.
That's helpful. I guess what I'm asking you is, would you see the scenic importance or setting of Drumlanrick Castle or the Croyd Multiverse of being any different to that of Wanlock Head? You said before you'd visited the Drumlanrick Castle, so I assume you have some sort of knowledge of its attractiveness.
Well, I guess the issues are related to the landscape and visual impacts. That would be beyond my areas of expertise. I know, for example, as you said, I made a reference to having been to Drumlanrick Castle myself. I know you can see some wind turbines from Drumlanrick Castle, and as far as I'm aware, that does not seem to have impacted on a number of visitors to the castle.
But you did note them when you were present visiting it?
Yes.
Thank you. I wondered, before, you've made a great deal throughout this of the premise your research was built on. Can I ask whether or not you'd agree we have a robust planning system in Scotland when it comes to the approval of large-scale wind projects?
I think so. That might be a question for Mr. Bell. Robust planning system. We could also go on about that for hours and days, I suspect.
I'd be keen, Mr. Edwards, if the witness would answer, just to indulge me briefly, because it relates directly to quite a specific question that his research is based on.
Yeah, I'm happy. It seems like a general question. I presume it's leading somewhere in terms of socioeconomic. So we'll leave the question hanging, and then we'll see where it takes us. Mr. Black.
Yeah, I mean, I guess planning is beyond my area of expertise, but in a general sense, my personal opinion would be yes.
So your research that you detailed before suggested that the building of wind farms had no impact on tourism. I guess my suggestion would be that if we've got a robust planning system in place that looks at each of those projects individually and assesses the potential impact on tourism and other visual factors that we've discussed already at length in this inquiry, you wouldn't expect to see projects consented and built that would damage tourism?
I guess that would rely on the proposition that some wind farms could damage tourism and some might not. I guess there's insufficient evidence to be able to reach a conclusion on that.
That's helpful, thank you. I guess in relation to Wanlock Head, I would wonder whether or not being the highest village in Scotland from a tourist point of view would be a unique selling point that wouldn't necessarily apply to anywhere else, although I know there is some local discussion over whether or not Lead Hills could compete for that title. Would you accept that it is a unique factor that relates to this area?
Yes, I mean, I guess every area has its unique features, and that would be the obvious unique feature, whether it's one or both of those villages that could lay claim to.
And from a tourist point of view, do you think that tourists envisage in their mind's eye and afterwards, when they've been at a place, take note of features in the landscape, and that, in a sense, sort of they have an impression before they visit a place and an impression after they visit?
Yeah, I suppose that would be the case, yes.
And in relation to this specific project, would you expect that most tourists visiting one of the most remote communities in Scotland that's based within an area of accepted historic significance and whose landscape is detailed and is subject to a number of other considerations, would envisage seeing an industrial energy project there?
I mean, I'm not sure I would describe the villages as remote. They're not that far from the main motorway, for example. And I guess I'm not. I mean, in a general sense, I think tourists increasingly expect to find wind farms in rural Scotland. So I guess some might expect it, some might not.
And do you find when tourists, for example, are taking pictures of the scenery, or I know there are some wind farms that are close to other areas of interest, do you find that they generally are drawn towards the areas of the landscape that contain the wind turbines, or do you think that they tend to have an image of open countryside when visiting?
I guess it depends on any individual's interests.
You would therefore accept, if it's down to individual interests, that there may be a significant group of the population that would have concerns. I'm thinking, just based on statistical, sort of response, there would be a group of people who may be put off areas or see areas as less attractive that contain turbines.
Well, I mean, I guess the research evidence that's available shows that an overwhelming majority of people are in favour of wind farm development in a general sense. So, I mean, I guess if there was such a group, it would be a minority.
So would you think that there's any area at all in Scotland that wouldn't be suitable for wind turbines to be built because of a tourist impact?
I guess I haven't looked at every area of Scotland, so I couldn't conclude that. I guess all I can conclude is the area that I have looked at, in this case in North Lowther, I wouldn't have concerns about the future of tourism in this area.
Okay, I'll leave that line of questioning there. But I would like to ask, you also mentioned about access to community benefit funding in your statement. Are you able to tell us, outside of this project, what quantity of community development funding is available in to the communities in Warnock Head or Lead Hills?
I wouldn't have that information to hand, but I am aware that there will be a number of other community benefit funds. So Clyde Wind Farm, for example, I think this will be within the area.
If you highlight this particular community benefit scheme of being of particular social and economic interest, would it not also be best to consider that within the pot of money that's otherwise already available, and the ability of the communities to access that money for other projects?
My understanding would be that the scale of funding available for this is of a different quantum from what's available at the
Than
moment.
say the Clyde Wind Farm? It would be in a different quantum to the Clyde Wind Farm, which I believe the village falls within the benefit area for that.
So I had some personal involvement in the community benefit arrangements for Clyde Wind Farm, and that I was part of the community group that was set up to set that up. My recollection from that is that most of the community benefit funding is within South Lanarkshire, so I guess Lead Hills would qualify for that. And there's a small element, I think, in Dumfries and Galloway, so it would only be a small part.
I think it's 14,000 directly to Warnock Head, but my understanding is that if you take both villages in combination, which is how they've tended to approach economic development, they would be able to bid into that and in fact into a number of other significant wind farm funds to allow them to pursue projects of interest. That's, I guess, what I'm asking you. Do you think that that's a relevant factor when weighing up the potential community benefit of this project?
I guess the difference here would be that one would be restricted to Lead Hills. There'd be very little funding available for Warnock Head, and so it would be problematic if there was a project on the Dumfries and Galloway side of the local government. But
for clarity, there are a number of other consented wind farms, I think, that are available. I'm asking about the funding in general. Do you think the funding in general that's available through other means, whether it be consented wind farms or the new South of Scotland Enterprise Partnership, do you think the availability of funding more generally is relevant and should be taken into account when deciding whether or not this transformative community benefit that, as you described, that would come from this wind farm should be the kind of sole deciding factor on economic benefit?
To be clear, I wasn't describing the community benefit funding itself as transformational. It's the whole project and the combination of it with the Upper Nithsdale Action Plan. Yes, of course, the context is relevant. The point I would make about the community benefit funding here is it's of a level that is significant enough to create allow the opportunity for some of the community development priorities that have been identified to be funded. And the way these things usually work is if there's a source of funding available, it's then easier to attract other funding through sort of, match funding, for example. So it would create more opportunities than currently exist.
I appreciate that, and I guess the point I was putting to you was that if there's an excess of funding or more funding available than is being sought for projects, that the attractiveness of having further funding available may be less to a community.
Yes, so I mean, I think the important thing in terms of the overall context is, I guess I will not need to tell you this, there's been increased pressure on public sector sources of funding. European funding has been important for local areas. Obviously, that will be going. So the trend has been towards less funding being available, and so in that context, an additional source of funding is likely to be helpful.
Yeah, I would agree, and I would think that the South of Scotland Enterprise Partnerships being formed, as you've referenced, would see a significant increase in funding to this area that hadn't otherwise been available. I'll try not to give evidence and move on to a sort of final grouping of questions, which was just to ask you, in your experience, when it comes to economic development and tourism, do you normally find that there are better results where there's community support for projects?
I would say if there's a tourism-based economic development strategy, then having everyone who's involved in the tourism sector involved in that would be good practice. And, so it's more likely to give good results than a tourism business that didn't involve other tourism businesses, or a public sector strategy that didn't consult local businesses. So yes, involving a wide group of representatives and development strategies is a good plan.
So when you were looking at this particular project, did you factor in the fact that over 90% of local residents and the majority of local businesses are opposed to this project when trying to work out its full benefit?
Sorry, is the question related to the general economic benefits rather than tourism?
Well, it's related to both the general economic benefits for this project and specifically in relation to tourism, both. I think this session's on both economy and tourism. Is that correct, Mr. Edwards?
I don't see what difference it would make in a tourism context. And from general economic development, so for example, the employment impacts that might be associated with construction and operation, the key factors I took into account were the availability of potential suppliers and of the right skills, and I would think that would be the main driver, because I guess someone who was looking for a job and a job was available, it's that's probably the factor rather than whether they thought that a wind farm was a good or a bad plan. So that would seem to me to be the most relevant thing to be considering.
You described the opportunities in the totality for this project as being potentially transformational. Is that solely related to employment?
No, it's the combination between the employment opportunities associated with the wind farm itself, the potential of the community benefit fund in allowing community development, but critically also the Upper Nithsdale Action Plan approach, where it's the combination of the opportunity with a whole range of initiatives to make sure the local area benefits. That's what makes it transformational.
So, final question in this section is: why would people locally, if this is such a good proposition, why would they have taken so strongly against the proposal? Why would people not want to be part of that?
I guess my general experience of wind farms elsewhere in the country is that people will take a view when a proposal is made, and if the project then goes ahead, I have no experience that would suggest that that's going to make people any less likely to take up the opportunities that exist.
Thank you. And then my final question was just whether or not you'd had the opportunity to visit the Lead Hills Mining Museum.
Yes, I have, yeah.
Did you take part in the tour of the mine itself?
I have a number of years ago now, but yes.
I just wondered whether or not you felt, particularly as you exit the mine shaft itself, and you've got a clear view of the wind turbines, whether or not and as you enter, whether or not you think that specifically would change the visitor experience at the museum.
I guess this is more my personal view than a professional view. When I visited, I was interested in the mine itself rather than the view from the mine.
That's the end of my questions. Thank you.
Right, Mr. Black, I just have a few clarifications mainly from you. So if I could look at paragraph 3.4 of your recognition, you refer to 29 job years in the local area and 279 job years in the region. Could you just explain to me and everyone else what you mean by job years?
So when something like when a wind farm is constructed, in fact, when anything is constructed, there will be a mix of contracts and types of skills required, and some of those might be roles that will last maybe 2 years, maybe the whole construction process, or in fact sometimes even longer than that, and some of them will be shorter term than that. So the challenge then is how do we count that in a consistent way? And so job years is quite a useful way of doing that. And so one job that is full-time and lasted for 2 years would be counted as 2 job years. A job that lasted for 6 months would be counted as half a job year. So it's just a measure that allows us to make a consistent measure of the employment impact. And that's a concept that's common to looking at the economic impact of almost anything at the construction phase.
Okay, at paragraph 3.5 and 5.2 of your recognition, you refer to support for jobs. I just want to confirm, are these full-time equivalents?
Yes, they are.
Now, you refer to the Upper Nithsdale Action Plan, CD 9.9, at 6.2 of your recognition, but you also refer to it at 5.10 of your inquiry report, and that's where I'd like to look. Now, I seem to understand the plan itself now, but what I'd like to understand further, I think paragraph 5.10 in your inquiry report identifies those parties that were consulted on the plan. Now, I have the locally elected councillors for Upper Nithsdale and the councils there, but was there any local involvement, community councils, community groups, within the production of the Upper Nithsdale Action Plan?
They weren't directly consulted as part of the plan, but there had been a separate exercise that had taken place where there had been a community consultation exercise. And so the plan took account of the outputs from that. So it seemed to us that there wasn't a great deal of value in going back and asking the same questions again that had been asked quite recently. So we took the outputs from that exercise and took account of them when developing the action plan.
Okay, so just for my notes, and so I understand it, how has the local community been involved in the production of this plan then?
Via that indirect means, and as part of the community consultation exercise that was referred to, actually, it's the same exercise that was referred to in the original environmental statement. So it's through those means and you know, I guess through their elected representatives in terms of local councillors, but in terms of being directly involved via that consultation process.
Now, I think it's probably more to do with timing rather than a dispute, but Mr. Robinson suggests there's no agreement has been reached between any community bodies with respect to shared ownership. Now, this might be a matter for Mr. Bell. Shared ownership can go one way or the other. Is that right? There's been no agreement? Because I also understand that One Loch Village Council seeks a transfer of 10% of the wind farm to community ownership. So I want to know, is that right? And if there is a possible transfer, is that feasible? And how much weight should I give to that?
I think that's probably something for Mr. Bell.
Now, just two more questions. One Loch Head Village Council have requested an increase in the community benefits to £20,000 per megawatt. Is that feasible, and is there any provision to increase the level above the £5,000 proposed?
I guess I'm not in a position to respond to the second question. On the first one, I would be very surprised if that was feasible. That would be an order of magnitude greater than any other development that I'm aware of, so I'd be very surprised if that was something that was feasible.
And finally, it's presented by various parties that the bid for community ownership in the area would be influenced by the proposed wind farm. Do you have any comment on that process?
Well, my understanding is that which was set out earlier today, that there has been an agreement between the CLU and the local community group to make sure that there's no overlap between the wind farm site and the community buyout proposals. I guess that's the extent of my understanding.
Thank you, Mr. Blackett. Mr. Steele, for your witness for re-examination.
Yes, Mr. Blackett, just a few matters. In relation to the £20,000 per megawatt, have you ever heard of such a figure? And I know that you've appeared at many wind farm inquiries. Have you ever heard of such a figure being either requested or consented to?
No, I haven't. I mean, I know that the £5,000 per megawatt, which has become quite common, many companies regard that as a very high figure given the changes in energy policy in the UK. That dates to the days when there was still subsidies available for the scheme.
No doubt we'll hear more from Mr. Bell, but against your background and experience, do you think the £20,000 per megawatt is likely to be reasonable or sustainable?
I say it's extremely unlikely that it would be.
So far as community ownership is concerned, Mr. Bell can tell us about that in due course as well. Is that so?
Yes. My understanding is that the developer has been willing to enter discussions on that matter.
Now, you've been asked a number of questions about Buccleuch and the 20 shilling wind farm proposal, but is an answer to all of that to be found in document CD 3.25? Mr. Blackett, could you just look at that document? Just been brought to you. And if I ask you to look at the bottom of the first page and the top of the second page, not to read it out, but is there an explanation given there as to the Buccleuch's previous position and current position?
Yes, there is an explanation, yes.
Mr. Edwards, just can I ask that, just in the interest of fairness for the other parties, it was possible to see that document prior to this section finishing, because I don't have it to hand.
I was about to name it, so it's the CD 3.25 is the applicant's response. Sorry, I'll get the name here. The applicant's response to the One Lockhead Village Council's representation. Would you like to see a copy?
Ideally, if that was easily possible, but once the witness is finished with it.
So I can also draw Mr. Mundell's attention to the fact that there's a full set of documents towards the rear of the room, but if he doesn't want to get those, we'll happily lend him one of ours in a moment or two. In addition to that, Mr. Blackett, is it accurate or inaccurate that notwithstanding being involved as a landowner to this particular wind farm, Buccleuch is also involved in the investment at the Croik multiverse?
Yes, that's correct, yes.
And if that is correct, what does that say to you about the attitude of Buccleuch to that tourist facility and the wind farm?
It would suggest that the business decisions taken by Buccleuch suggest that they don't see a conflict between tourism development and wind farm development if they're investing in both sectors.
And do you think it's a significant or an insignificant investment that has taken place at the Croik multiverse?
It's a significant investment that's taken place to create attraction for visitors.
And is that to be regarded as a tourist visitor attraction?
It certainly is, yes.
And how do you regard the position where a significant investment has been made in that and also the promotion of the wind farm? What does that say to you about their ability to coexist or otherwise?
It suggests that the position goes beyond an opinion, that investment indicates a confidence that the development of a wind farm wouldn't undermine the tourism business, because that would affect another investment.
Do you see any irony in the situation that, having invested a significant sum of money to create that tourist attraction, a point is then taken as against us because it might affect that tourist attraction? Is that do you think, a fair way of looking at matters?
Yeah, I mean, that would seem to be a bit of an unfair position to take.
Sorry, if we're finished with that document, if that's an unmarked copy, Mr. Innes, would you mind giving it to Mr. Mundell?
In relation to the funding, the community benefit funding, I think you've indicated in your recognition that over the relevant time period it's some £18 million or so. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you regard that as a significant or an insignificant advantage to the area that will benefit from that kind of expenditure?
I mean, that's a significant sum in a area with this population level.
And what about the economic output of this area? Would it make a difference, do you think, or would it not make a difference?
I mean, it would make a difference. The actual economic benefits of that spending will depend on what the community decides to do with the funding. But to give some idea about the scale, is we looked at what was typical in the social economy sector, the voluntary sector.
I suppose they might...
And it would create jobs.
And they might choose to buy Mr. Abelay a snowblower or some further ski tow or something like that. Would that be fair?
Yeah, I mean, certainly if I was advising the community group, I would advise them to invest the money in areas that would generate further benefits. And those would be good examples of areas that would be expected to generate further economic benefits.
I suppose 18 million might buy quite a lot of beneficial kit for that ski area.
Indeed, yes. It probably wouldn't be sensible to spend all of the money on the one area, but it would create plenty of scope for such investment.
Now, you've been asked many, many questions about the effects on tourism from wind farms, and you refer to previous wind farm decisions. The North Coast 500, is that a successful or unsuccessful tourist destination or route?
It's a very successful initiative, and in fact an economic impact study was published last week that demonstrated that.
And how, very broadly, how successful has it been?
It was the economic impact study found that it had generated in excess of 20 million, I think it was 22 million pounds per year to the local economy, so that would make it very significant.
And does the North Coast 500 pass close by, or does it have visibility of a number of wind farm sites?
Yes, there would be a number of wind farm sites around that area.
Could I ask you, in that regard, please, to look, as this is for ease of reference, at Mr. Bell's inquiry report, and if you don't have it, or if Mr. Mundell doesn't have it, we'll get a copy to you at pages 37 and 38. It's NLEI 8. And to save time, if I take you to the top of page 38 of paragraph 3664, do we see there the quote by the reporter, I think it was plural reporters, in relation to the effect of the wind farm at Limekiln on, in particular, tourism and the North Coast 500? You have that, Mr. Blackett?
Yes, I have that, yes.
And did they conclude that there was or was not any proper basis for a concern about coexistence?
They suggested there was no basis to conclude that there would be such a concern.
Could you just, for completeness, read out the 2 lines that are underlined at the end of the paragraph?
The overwhelming thrust of available evidence is that the presence of wind farms and a thriving visitor economy are not mutually exclusive in an area.
Mr. Blackett, thank you very much. No further question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Blackett, for your time.
I had a number of clarifications that have come out of the questions that have just been asked, which is what we saw with the previous witness, so I was hoping it might be possible to put those briefly.
Yes, the previous witness was on your side, as it were, and that's why you were allowed to ask clarifications of Mr. Abularia. Whereas in this situation, we have examination in chief, cross-examination from all of yourselves, questions from myself, and then re-examination of the witness. Now, if I was to allow you to ask some questions, Mr. Mundell, I would have to offer Mr. Steele the opportunity to re-examine his witness. Mr. Steele, do you have any objection to further questions?
Well, sir, I'm in your hands. I don't wish to be in any way difficult about the matter, but it's completely contrary to standard practice. I think, in fairness, what Mr. Mundell was referring to was when I asked an additional question, but that followed upon your question, sir, which is a slightly different situation altogether from what we're talking about now. And I was careful to restrict it to, I think, 1 or 2 questions. But I'm entirely in your hands, but this process could go on forever if we don't follow the rules.
I would just say I'm not used to routinely taking part in these processes, and I've only done so on one previous occasion where I didn't have a huge degree of opportunity to put questions. And all I would say from the point of view of someone who's effectively a novice is there appeared to be a number of assertions put to the witness by Mr. Steele that the witness then agreed with, and I would think there was some questions arose from those that would be relevant.
Well, I think on that basis, and as a one-off, now that you know the process, I think you can ask a clarification, or I think it's not clarification, probably a question, one at a time. If there's any objection from the other side to that question, I'll think about it. And then I'll allow yourself, Mr. Steele, an opportunity to re-examine the witness. Mr. Mundell.
I'm very grateful, Mr. Edwards, for your patience. I wondered in relation to the North Coast 500, whether that would be a walking route or whether people would ordinarily drive that, and if so, would you expect a difference in impact for someone driving past something at some speed or walking extensively in its vicinity?
I'm not sure I understand what you mean by a difference in the impact. I mean, clearly a driving route and a walking route are different things.
Thank you. And then it was stated that, with reference to the document CD 325, that the applicant had changed their view on wind farms because the effects hadn't come to fruition. Do you think it would be, it's perhaps equally fair to say that the applicant changed their view once the effects had come to fruition and once they were able to see the turbines from the properties in question, they then stopped with their blanket objection and started pursuing projects themselves?
I think the issue was the clue rather than the applicant.
Sorry, the landowner then, for clarity.
I wasn't part of the discussions that led them to change their views, so I wouldn't know.
Thank you. I think that puts your offering a view of why they changed their views into context. Thanks. That's me finished, Mr. Edwards.
Mr. Steele, any further
No
clarification?
further questions are necessary, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Mr. Blackett, for your time. I was proposing to take Mr. Mundell next, unless parties prefer Mr. Robinson.
And any questions from Mr. Robinson will be from yourself, so it's primarily a matter for you when you would like him called, but Mr. Robinson will be here all afternoon.
Well, let's take Mr. Robinson next, and then we'll work our way down. Thank you. Sorry, if you just take a few minutes to change over the witness, thanks. For correspondence with Mr. Mundell Senior, so he cannot attend tomorrow. His request not to attend Parliament's been rejected, so he will be here Wednesday afternoon. I'm saying to him after 2 o'clock would probably be a reasonable time. We've also got S&H internal procedures Wednesday morning. I can't give him an exact time, but sometime after 2. Are parties happy to fit him in then?
We certainly would be very happy to accommodate him, sir. I'm just wondering what the best time is, but perhaps I can reflect on that. Does he have flexibility as to when he can attend?
I've asked him that, and I suspect he'll be available for the afternoon.
What may not be ideal is to interpose him in the middle of cross-examination, so on and so forth. So perhaps if we can reflect on it, unless he could attend first thing on Friday, but we can see how we get on, I guess. Sorry, did I say Friday and Wednesday? I don't mean Friday. No,
he's only available Wednesday afternoon, so we'll get back to him with a rough time and see where that takes us. Are other parties happy with that? Yes. Okay, now, Mr. Robinson and Mr. Finlay, would you like the recognition to be taken as read, or would you like certain sections to be read?
I think just so that Mr. Robinson can get used to the sound of his voice as it's his first time appearing, I'll just get him to read the conclusion, which is one paragraph of his recognition, having formally introduced him, if that's all right with you. You're Andrew Robinson, a Senior Planning Officer at Dumfries and Galloway Council, and you were the case officer in this application.
That's correct.
Could I ask you to read paragraph 5.1 of your recognition, please?
The socio-economic benefits of the proposal and contribution to renewable energy targets were properly considered and given the appropriate weight by the Council in its assessment of the proposal. Ultimately, it was considered that the benefits were not sufficient to outweigh the adverse effects of the proposal. Planning policy is clear that a balance has to be struck between supporting renewable energy development and ensuring development is in the right place and protecting the natural environment. The reasons stated in detail in the Council's committee report, the development is not in the right place. The landscape and visual impacts of the proposal are also as such that would likely diminish the enjoyment of recreational assets in the locality.
Thank you.
Right. Before I ask Mr. Steele, are there any points of clarification, Mr. Mundell or the Community or Village Council? No. Mr. Steele, do you have any cross-examination?
It's really not a question, sir, but just a clarification. Mr. Robinson, we understand where the Council's position, but as I understand it, the Council takes no exception to the evidence of Mr. Blackett, and that's the reason there's been no cross-examination, and that's the reason that you're not reading out all of your evidence.
That's correct. There's no particular dispute about the evidence presented by Mr. Blackett.
Thank you. That's very fair.
Right. Mr. Robinson, I just have two questions for yourself. Paragraph 2.4 of your recognition, you appear to suggest that local employment from construction could be a benefit of any proposal. Is that a reason to dismiss those benefits?
It's not a reason to dismiss the benefits. It's just a statement of fact, really, in considering a number of development proposals that we consider in terms of planning applications. Every development proposal has every development proposal, whether it be a housing development or an agricultural building, does give rise to jobs, but that does have to be benefited against other material planning considerations. So it was more just a statement of fact in terms of, but it's not to discredit the benefits of them.
Finally, section 3 of your recognition. 3.1, I'm trying to understand, are you saying that in addition to the landscape and visual impacts that you've identified, there would be tourism and recreational significant impacts at 3 locations, those being the Southern Upland Way, the Croik Multiverse, and the Lowther Hill Ski Club?
The impacts are very much as a landscape and visual perspective, effectively, that it's likely that from those assets, as a result of landscape and visual impacts, their enjoyment could be diminished. So it's really from that, although it's not to suggest that visitor numbers, for example, on those tourist assets could be affected. We're in agreement with Mr. Blackett on that particular one in terms of tourist numbers and evidence on that.
Right, thank you very much. Those are all my questions. Mr. Finlay, do you have any re-examination?
It's difficult to find something to re-examine out of such questions, so no, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Robinson. Mr. Mundell, if you'd like to make yourself comfortable in the witness table. Okay, Mr. Mundell, what I'm going to ask you to do is just to read out your statement, recognition, in full, if you would like, and then we'll go through the questioning as normal.
I'm happy for it to be taken as read if that saves time, but I'm equally happy to read it out if you prefer.
It's not in terms of saving time. It's in terms of yourself. It might help you to warm up into it and get used to the witness table. So if you'd like to read from further to my original submission.
Further to my original submission, I remain fully opposed to the proposed development of a large-scale wind farm at North Lowther. I also feel duty-bound as the constituency representative to speak out on behalf of local residents in the Wanlock Head area who to date have been effectively ignored by developers and whose views and interests appear to have come second to greed. The idea that one of the most beautiful and last unspoilt areas of its kind could be destroyed is unconscionable and cannot be allowed. Not only will the negative cumulative visual impact destroy the local tourism industry and damage the future potential of Scotland's highest village, but it will also rob future generations of an incredibly special natural environment. There will be no turning back if tons and tons of concrete is poured into the ground. The landscape is only just recovering from the impacts of lead mining, and to allow this seems particularly cruel, both from an environmental perspective and on the people who are so proud to call Wanlock Head their home, and who continue to work hard to forge a positive legacy from its industrial past and build a sustainable future. The local topography and existing large-scale development means that if these further turbines are to be permitted, then the villagers will literally be surrounded by a ring of steel. Surely enough is enough. I challenge anyone who doesn't have a vested financial interest to go and take in the beauty of these hills, to spend some time with local residents and speak to the many visitors who pass through. If you do, you will realise this proposal is toxic, way out of proportion and completely unsuitable. In my time as an MSP, I have never opposed anything more and cannot believe that even the most enthusiastic supporters of onshore wind energy would envisage that this is the right location. Please listen to local people, the local authority, and protect our precious landscape for the future.
Thank you, Mr. Mundell. Is there any points of clarification from yourself, Mr. Finlay? No? From the Community Council, Village Council? Mr. Godfrey.
Just one. From your passionate description there, can we take it that you consider that the village and the Lowthers has a distinct sense of place?
I think the village and the Lowthers have a very distinct sense of place, and I think what's very important to remember is these villages didn't end up where they are for the natural reasons that many communities in our area were built. They were built for a very specific purpose, People didn't go there necessarily to live by design originally, and I think that does impact on them in the present, because I think the way they're built in these very tight basins, the very enclosed feeling that you sometimes get when visiting or living there, it is unique. And I think, particularly thinking of Wanlock Head, I'm very conscious that there is only a small opening as you look out of the village into the valley. And I would be very surprised if people were able to find conurbations of that size that exist regularly elsewhere. And I think that gives a sense of rurality, of isolation, of peace and quiet. And I think what's more, it frames the enjoyment of the hills round about. And I would refer briefly to the Scotways document 510, which talks about the intersection of those valleys and the running of the water, because I think we've got something very different here that draws people not only to visit but to live there, and I think that sense of place is right at the heart of the community.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mundell. That's the last of my questions.
Right, Mr. Steele, any cross-examination?
Just a few matters, sir, if I may. Mr. Mundell, good afternoon. As I understand it, you're here to speak on behalf and represent the opinions of the local residents. Is that so?
Yes, that's so, as their directly elected constituency representative in the Scottish Parliament.
Indeed. Can you tell me, please, which is the relevant community council so far as this application site is concerned?
I think the relevant community council might well be Sanquhar and district, but I'm happy to look to others to correct me on that.
Well, you're the local MSP, Mr. Mundell. Would you like to confirm what your understanding of the position is?
My understanding is that I listen to the people who live in closest proximity to projects, and I take their view as being most important when it comes to representing them, and that's a position I've taken in relation to a number of other wind projects, because it's often the case that neighbouring community councils take different views in these matters, and I think that it's best to listen in my role directly to local residents. I think that it's appropriate for others to take the views of community councils into consideration, but I see myself as directly representing individual constituents.
Sorry, Mr. Mundell, you lost me. It's entirely my fault. Could you just remind me which you say is the relevant community council in relation to the application site?
I think my first answer was probably as clear as it can be. My understanding is that that's Sanquhar Community Council, but I could well be wrong. I'm saying that's not something on which I can give a definitive answer, but my understanding is that it was Sanquhar.
Thank you. Now, do you know what the approach and attitude of Sanquhar Community Council is in relation to this wind farm proposal?
I do. I know that Sanquhar Community Council support this wind farm proposal, as they have done a number of other community wind farm proposals in the local area. You only have to step a short distance outside of this hall to understand that. And what I would argue, having spent many years working with Sanquhar Community Council, is that they've adopted a pragmatic view, which is that having accepted some wind turbine development in their landscape, they feel that there's no difference to them in saying yes or no to other wind farms. So I would argue that their view shouldn't be taken as being particularly persuasive when it comes to determining the views of Wanlock Head residents who will open their curtains to look at the proposed development every single day.
Mr. Mundell, are the residents of the Royal Borough of Sanquhar and District your constituents or not?
Yes, they are my constituents, and that's why I continue to work with them on projects and have discussed this matter with them, and they absolutely understand why residents in Wanlock Head would take a different view, and are, as far as I'm aware, they've not taken any particular issue with me representing those constituencies. As I think you'll be aware from your own line of work, it's impossible to represent both sides of the argument. And what I do, as best as I can, and subject to a whole range of factors, is try and weigh up what view I should, or what side of an argument I should seek to progress. And I think that in this case, I'm very conscious, particularly actually given the fact that Sanquhar Community Council is the constituted community council who this project relates to, is making sure that people who live in Wanlock Head, who are represented by their village council, don't lose out on having their voice heard as a result of how our planning system happens to be structured. I think that's the job of an MSP, is to make sure that the voices of those who might find it more difficult to be heard in a process are heard. And I think there's no one in Sanquhar who would disagree with that approach.
Mr Mundell, might it not be thought that the job of a constituency MP is to represent the opinions of his constituents?
Yes, but as I'm trying to gently explain, representing over 60,000 people, it's impossible to represent each one of those people's views individually all of the time. And I don't take the view that it's possible in this case to represent both the views of Sanquhar Community Council and the residents of Wanlock Head. But what I would say, in terms of how I've come to that decision, I would recognise that the people who live most closely to a project, who are going to be most directly impacted upon it, are the people who should be heard in the process. And it's not to discount Sanquhar Community Council's view, it's just to put it within context.
Why is it that in writing your evidence, Mr Mundell, you have indeed discounted the opinion of Sanquhar Community Council, for you have made no mention of it whatever, have you?
Because generally when someone's putting forward an argument, as I've witnessed today, usually people, when putting forward an argument, tend to put forward the things that support the line of argument that they're arguing. They don't tend to do that. But I feel, from my point of view, that Sanquhar Community Council take a blanket approach of approving all wind farms. If you're able to, or where there's not community evidence, and in fact they've been known to sign petitions for other wind farms to show how strongly they want them. I think over 1,000 local residents in Sanquhar signed a petition for the Sandy Now wind farm that was certainly subject to planning dispute. I'm not aware of a similar petition from residents in Sanquhar desperately looking for this project to go ahead.
Mr Mundell, have you seen and looked at and read the letter of support from the Community Council?
I'm aware of that letter. I read it at the time, but I can't recall its contents.
So you have read it?
Well, I read it at the time, yes.
Can you just remind me, and I think we had a figure a day or two ago, as to the number of residents that are covered by the Sanquhar, the Royal Borough of Sanquhar, and District Community Council, approximately the number of residents?
I would think the number of residents covered by the Community Council, although it's not, again, a boundary that relates directly to me, either in the sense of it forms part of my Scottish Parliament constituency, but it's not a boundary I would use for any meaningful purpose. But I would say that approximately 2,500 people live within that Community Council boundary.
Well, the figure that we had earlier from a local resident, I think it was a figure in excess of 5,000. But be it 2,000 or be it 5,000, Mr Mundell, you have chosen not to reflect the opinion of those several thousand people in your precognition or your inquiry statement. Is that factually accurate?
I wouldn't say that was factually accurate. I would say that's possibly a stretch, because I would say that whilst the Community Council serves a very distinct purpose, I wouldn't say that they represent the universal views, just as I wouldn't say that Wanlock Head Village Council represented the universal views of people in Wanlock Head. In fact, I know that not to be the case, because there are a handful of people, and I really would stress a handful of people, who would like to see this project go ahead. So I think the Community Council take a view. I've explained clearly that the Sanquhar Community Council I think do, they make a pragmatic case from their point of view. They don't feel there'll be a huge impact on them as a result of this project going ahead, but they don't deny that it would impact on others. They just take the view their enjoyment of their landscape's already been impacted both by recent mining and by wind turbines, and I'm very relaxed. I publicly advertised my view in the Cumnock Chronicle just days ago. I've not had a single person in touch from Sanquhar to say, isn't it awful that you've disrespected our community council? I think people know why I would want to speak out on behalf of those residents who are going to be affected 365 days a year by this proposal.
So, Mr Mundell, when you say, please listen to local people, are we to read into that, please listen to local people, excluding those in Sanquhar who support the development? Is that your position?
That's not my position. That would be like saying, we should listen, to I think where local starts and ends is different in different settings. I think any reasonable person would read into that from the other things that I say, that I'm thinking about those residents who will be directly affected, on whom this development, if it goes ahead, would have a disproportionate impact. I don't think this development would have a disproportionate impact on Sanquhar. In fact, I think this project would be neither here nor there. In general terms, for people in Sanquhar or people in Moffat, where I live, I think what I'm talking about is the very specific setting that we see in Wanlock Head that is different. It's not me that's recognising it as different. We would see that setting as being quite different in its totality from Sanquhar, because this is a different sized community. It's here for a different reason. I could go on indefinitely.
Sorry to interrupt. I'm wary. I understand where this line of questioning is and why it's being asked, but I have to concentrate on this as a socioeconomics session. I feel like we're talking about a constituency issue and why the MSP has decided to object. Maybe we can move on to socioeconomic matters.
Sir, unfortunately, it's not only socioeconomics that's in this inquiry statement, and I would like to ask one or two questions about that.
I'm relaxed, Mr Edwards, if you're relaxed, but I don't want to waste too much of anyone else's time.
Well, you'd greatly assist by keeping your answers much shorter then, Mr Mundell, if you possibly can.
I think if I wasn't asked repeatedly the same question, looking for clarification on a point, I think I had tried my very best to explain, then that would also help.
Okay, I think we can usefully move on. Mr Steele.
Thank you, sir. Villagers will literally be surrounded by a ring of steel. What do you mean by that, Mr Mundell?
I mean that on the approaches from all directions, there will be large-scale wind development.
Which directions and which large-scale wind development?
Well, I can start naming them, but I think we've got quite a well-established map that shows their location. But I think you've got the Clyde wind farm as you come from one direction, and there's a plethora of wind farms here here on this side of the valley.
Well, which approaches do you say will be surrounded by the ring of steel? Which approaches, Mr Mundell?
Well, I was on the top of Glengaver Hill with a number of other people, and as you turn round in a view, you can see a pretty significant number of wind farms. Perhaps what's there would be described as a literary technique to kind of bring meaning to what I was trying to say. I mean, it won't how literally you want to take the meaning of literally. I don't know, it's perhaps a bit flippant in my statement, and I'm happy to reflect on that.
Yeah. Well, can I just be clear, what approaches is it that you're talking about? Because we've had detailed evidence about this, and I just want to understand what approaches it is that you would say will be surrounded by the ring of steel.
Well, there's really, by roads, two significant approaches to and from Wanlock Head. I mean, you can only get into to the village, and possibly three if you count cutting up by Elvenfoot, but again there you can see turbines. I think it's that feeling that you're in a small bowl in upland valleys, and that as soon as you emerge from that bowl, and if this is built, the remaining kind of at best 25% of that 25% of that openness will contain turbines. I think it's about the setting, and I think people would be pretty hard pushed to argue that there isn't a pretty significant number of wind turbines being built in the area, and I don't think that point's disputed.
Well, we've had some detailed evidence about this, Mr. Mundell, but I would like to just ask this. You're now saying it's the approach road to One Loch Head. Which turbines is it that you say that we will see?
I didn't say it was the approach road to One Loch Head. I said that was one of the approaches, and I'm saying you can see the turbines before you get there. This is the point. It's not just about what you can see when you're there, and I would invite the reporter and others to reflect on that point. If, again, referring to the Scotways document 510, it's a sort of cumulative series of views that are changing, and otherwise I think you see a significant number of turbines on your way there, and you see a significant number of turbines once you're at any altitude in that vicinity. I wouldn't say that I specifically wanted to refer to particular roads. I think that's one way of looking at things, but notwithstanding that, from a very short distance off the Mennock Pass within the village of One Loch Head, at the mountain cottages that were mentioned earlier, you can certainly see the turbines.
Well, just if I can just try and take that slowly, Mr. Mundell, I thought you did say, and I noted you as saying that it was the approach road to One Loch Head. Is that a matter of concern? And is that to be surrounded by a ring of steel? And if so, from which turbines? Which wind farms?
I would need you to kind of rephrase the question, because I think I've been clear. I'm talking about the wind turbines that are on the applicant's map at both sides of the section of the Lowther Hills we're talking about, and I'm also talking about the visual impact of the turbines. And if you were able to provide me with a map, I can point to the turbines that we saw from the mountain cottages. I didn't think it was disputed at the time that there was visibility of turbines from within very close proximity of the main road in One Loch Head.
Thank you, Mr. I think viewpoint 4 is the one that is being referred to. In fact, I think from the accompanied site visits, we're taking through a series of viewpoints. I think those are the ones you're talking about, 2 to 4.
That's correct.
And just for my benefit, Mr. Mundell, is it our wind farm that you're concerned about in that regard, or other wind farms, or both?
Both other built wind farms and that one, because I think in their totality they would have a significant impact on the village.
Do you think it possible, looking back at this wording here, that you perhaps have rather overstated things? Villagers will literally be surrounded by a ring of steel. Do you think that's possibly overstating it?
I think, unless my memory serves me wrong, I've kind of already possibly acknowledged that point when I said it depends how literally you want to take literally, and as someone who's a politician and in the habit of making statements that are intended to draw attention, then yes, but I think you take the word literally out and say, in terms of how people living there feel, in terms of what I feel as an individual, having driven across that road today, having been on the site visit, I do feel that is in effect how it feels when there is no uninterrupted landscape to look at, and when, as I described at the beginning, you're in this very tight bowl valley where someone wouldn't ordinarily have built houses, where most of the houses are orientated towards the clear space that lets in the light, and someone comes along and says that they would like to build a number of large structures in that space, then I do think that does make people feel like they're surrounded by wind turbines, and I don't think that, again, that's what's suggested. If wind farms could go everywhere, then we wouldn't be having this session, and I think it is important to reflect upon those facts, and that's the point I was trying to draw out but I accept the language is maybe a bit over the top, but it doesn't change the facts
thank
underlying
you.
it.
Can we also look at some other language, and if you can rapidly...
I'd be very happy to do that.
If you could also look at some other language that's in here, and if we can rapidly agree that that is over the top as well, I can move on swiftly. Destroy the local tourism industry. Do you think, with the benefit of hindsight, that's over the top as well?
No, I don't think that that's over the top.
Where is your evidence to suggest that the local tourism industry will be, and I quote, destroyed?
As someone who represents the area, who's in close contact with a number of businesses, including some who are present here today, what I know is that the local economy in terms of tourism is very fragile. I don't think anyone would dispute that. The number of visitors to the Lead Mining Museum, the number of people staying overnight, we're at a very marginal level, and I think you would only have to lose a small number of visitors to send things an awful long way backwards. And I think it's easy for people to come in and apply national trends and look at national models. But I think what we're talking about in the case of Wanlockhead is a community where things are already marginal. And I think that this development, on its size and scale, has the potential to tip that balance. So no, I don't think destroys too strong a word. I don't.
You also use the word toxic in relation to this proposal. Do you think that might be a little bit over the top as well, Mr Mundell?
No, I don't think it is. Again, sadly, and if we're going to come on to some other words, we can come back to greed at the end of the first paragraph. I don't think toxic is too strong a word because of all the factors that surround this. And we've heard the community buyout mentioned a number of times. And I can only speak to my own experience of that, but that's certainly the way that has been handled in combination with this project is for me deeply unpleasant. For me, I think the sort of I guess the bad atmosphere, some of the heavy-handed behaviour of what's a large organisation in relation to people who maybe don't have the same skill set or broader experience, and just the kind of sneering view, I guess, that sometimes comes across in how those interactions have gone. I think that is what I would call toxic. I think it's quite unpleasant. And as someone who's dealt with a number of other wind farm projects across a large rural constituency, I have to say that the way some of this has been handled is pretty poor when I contrast it. So no, I would hold to toxic.
So in relation to this matter, you have been influenced in using the word toxic by what you say has happened in relation to the community buyout. Is that correct?
Partially in relation to that, and partially in relation to a whole number of other factors, I think, including the idea that you would shove 3 turbines on a location that was blatantly unsuitable in order to kind of stir up and misdirect people's attention towards those. I think the fact that given the main landowner that almost surrounds and encloses a village, that you wouldn't start by speaking to the community about how you feel about how the community feel about this type of development before just dropping it in from above. The kind of I understand that there's been some very professional people involved, and I wouldn't say that, but I think it is a tactic that's been used that's created, I would say, for want of a better word, bad blood, in a small, tight-knit community that in the past has had a long-standing accommodation with the landowner, and I think sadly things have ebbed away, and we've seen, I think a project that in the past, just wouldn't have come to this point, and I think some of that, could have been avoided with better handling.
Well, Mr Mundell, there's a lot there. In relation to the 3 turbines, on what possible basis do you make the suggestion that they were dropped in to stir up or misdirect people? What's the basis for saying that, Mr Mundell?
A strong personal feeling that anyone who'd walked up on those ridges could have thought that was going to fly in the robust planning system I talked about earlier. I think there's no explanation, and I think from experience again of other large wind farm projects, my experience from those is that the experts that designed them would have probably known that some of the turbines were dispensable in an attempt to help the project through the planning process.
So does it come to this? That is your personal feeling about the matter, and can you direct us to any evidential base for these words?
I would say that's based on my professional experience as a representative of communities where I see similar things happen elsewhere, and I think that's all I can really say.
Do you realise, Mr Mundell, as I'm sure you do, because you appear in the Chamber on a regular basis, that Scottish Government policy is to increase the output of renewable energy?
Yes, I am aware of that.
And that is to be a matter balanced against any other disadvantages that there may be from a particular proposal. Do you understand that?
I do understand that, and in fact I've asked a question to that effect in the Parliament, of course.
And do you think it really helps community relations for you, as one of the most respected members of the community as an MSP, to come in and accuse people of stirring things up, misdirecting matters when it's based on your feeling and no evidence?
Well, I'd firstly say I don't see myself as being the most a respected member of the community. I see myself as being a member of the community the same as everybody else. I don't hold myself above that. But what I would say, and I'm trying to put this as best I can. I think many people would be surprised, given who the landowner is, that I would want to speak out in such a way. In fact, I think there was an article in the Herald to that effect when the project was first floated, and the fact that there was consensus, I think, there with two of my regional colleagues who're in favour of wind. So I would say when I speak out on these things, it's not because I think that's going to help. It's because I feel I can't not speak out. I think I feel there's a moral obligation to call out that type of behaviour when you see it. And I think, as I've said in the Parliament, I've said elsewhere, I think there's a very special duty on large landowners, particularly in situations such as this, where they're so intrinsically tied to a community, to work with them. And I don't feel that's happened in this case, and I think that's something I see as a matter of great sadness, because it's not how Buccleuch Estates would have been known in the past.
And Mr Mundell, do you think there might be a special responsibility on an MSP to act on an evidential basis?
Yes, there would, but I think it depends what type of evidence you feel a person should be relying upon. I think the type of evidence that's most relevant to me as a representative is how people feel in the community that's most directly affected. I think I recognise the value of technical expertise, but I think, as I tried to draw out in some of my questioning earlier, I think if people want to focus on community benefit, transformative opportunities, if they want to see communities going forward, then generally having community support for projects is important. And in this case, we're not. I'm aware of a number of other wind farm applications where there's some split in the community, or it's a few people here and there who raise concerns. But I mean, I really struggle to beyond a very, very small group of people to say who actually thinks this is a good idea. And I think in that backdrop, it's going to be very difficult to take forward the benefits of the project. So whatever the professional reports say, I don't think that's what we're talking about in this case.
I'll not go over the old territory of the support from Sanquhar, Mr Mundell, but if I may try and leave it this way, part of your concern as I now understand it, relates to the community buyout and what may or may not have happened. Is that so?
Yes, and also the potential for what could happen, because I think we've got to reflect on the fact that even on the area that's currently floating around, I'm not clear has finally been agreed, and I'm certainly aware through my constituency work of a perception, if not a fact. Again, I can only go on the basis of what people say, and I tend to take people's views as being sincerely offered. But there are a number of people within the buyout group who feel they were put under disproportionate pressure to look at an area that wouldn't interfere with Buccleuch's ongoing financial interest in some other areas of land that they previously expressed an interest in. So, I mean, it's difficult to see the two things as separate.
So that has influenced you to some extent, Mr. Mundell?
To some extent, but I think there are other considerations that come into it, around the special significance of the Lowther Hills, the presence of the Southern Upland Way walkway, the fragile tourist industry that exists, the unique setting of the village, its position as the highest in Scotland. I think all of those things mark this out as being something materially different. But yes, I think the impact this proposal has had on the community buyer, I think is a matter of concern to me, because I don't think, again, that's how responsible landowners behave, and I don't think that whilst the letter of the rules might have been followed, I don't think it's within the spirit of what the Scottish Government intended.
And a second matter that is of concern to you, as I now understand it, and you've mentioned it several times, is who the landowner is and what you say he may or may not have done.
No, it's not who the landowner is. It's the fact that landowner is a large landowner, and it's also to do with that landowner's specific past history with the community in question. I think that makes it something different. I think that to me is a different type of relationship. And I can only speak for myself and from my own world view, but I do think that much of the of the landowners' relationship with the village has been positive, and I think it's I think in the sudden change in relation to this project to me seems quite unusual. But it's not who the landowner is. I think it would be, I think it would be a matter of local knowledge that the landowner, has in the past been, and I think still is. But I'd have to go and check it. It finds common political cause, I guess, with me on a number of issues.
And do you realise that the landowner is not the applicant here?
I do note that, and I know that there's further evidence to come in relation to this matter, and I think you yourself have said that those questions would be better saved to a further witness. So I'm content with that approach. But needless to say, I think it would be highly unlikely that we would be here discussing this project in this detail at this stage if the landowner wasn't enthusiastic about it going ahead.
Okay. Fine. Thank you, Mr. Mundell. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Right, Mr. Mundell, I just have a few clarifications for you and questions. Now, are you aware, you're not the only MSP to object to the application, is that correct?
That's correct. I think there are two others are certainly at the point of scoping, at least who expressed concerns, namely Joan McAlpine and Claudia Beamish, both of whom are enthusiastic supporters, without putting words in their mouth, of wind energy.
Just for my own purposes, are they constituency MSPs?
No, they're regional MSPs covering the south of Scotland, but both are active in the locality in question. And I think, I would, although parliamentary rules don't allow me to do so, I mean, I would commonly, in conversation, refer to them as local MSPs, fellow local MSPs. They're just, albeit elected on a different basis, but they have every bit as much a locus within our system as me when it comes to representing the views of constituents, and in some ways might be able to take a broader view, given that they cover South Lanarkshire, which takes in Lead Hills, which is not in my constituency.
And can you think of any reason why they wouldn't have come to give evidence to this inquiry?
I think different MSPs take different approaches. I think they might be minded to take on board some of the critique or sort of tough questioning I've had, and that they will recognise that some people who are possibly also in favour of the project in Sanquhar, but I always have been very clear from the start with constituents that I would take part in planning process, not individual planning cases, although I do raise those. But I take a view on large-scale applications that are going to have a wider impact. I think some other MSPs don't see that as part of the role, but I feel, given that this hearing's taking place as a result of Scottish Parliament legislation, or sort of Scottish Parliament process-driven process, a political process that's out with the immediate locality, that I feel it's important to take part.
Now, if I just look at your recognition on the first page, first paragraph, I've numbered them down to sides, paragraph 1 further to my original submission. You state the applicant has effectively ignored local residents' views. Now, you'll be aware I have to tell ministers what steps have been taken to engage the community in terms of the environmental impact assessment. So could you explain to me why you feel the residents have been ignored? I mean, I'm assuming here that the statutory consultation engagement was carried out, and that's not what you're disputing.
I know that's not what I'm disputing. I guess this comes back to the point I've been making. I feel this is not an ordinary application that, in terms of the relationship the community has with the landowner. In fact, as we walked round on the site visit, there will have been very few occasions where people were off the Clue ground. I mean, they own the subsurface of the roads that we're walking on in the common areas in the village, and I just think from that, plus the sort of history as to how the village came to be there, and the financial benefit that's already been extracted from it, that I think there might not have been a legal obligation, but there certainly was a moral obligation to engage more extensively with villagers, and in a sense, I think some of the most difficult issues could have certainly been handled differently. I just think it's the way those conversations have taken place, and how the idea of putting a large-scale wind farm at the end of the village, how that came to be public, and how it's gone through the process. I think there was a different way of doing things that would have been more in line with Scottish Government policy.
Okay, thank you. In the second paragraph, you state the proposal would rob future generations of an incredibly special natural environment. Just confirm the fact that the application would have a time-limited consent and a decommissioning aftercare programme, does that not negate your fear in terms of future generations?
I'm afraid it doesn't, and it's not to say that, again, I would take any criticism of the process, but I think you only have to walk around Warlockhead itself to see that sometimes damage can be longer lasting, and I think what we'll be doing there is think what we'd be doing here was disturbing one of the last sort of uninterrupted and unaffected areas of the Lowther Hills. And I think that even in restoration and in trying to put the landscape back, I think it would be very difficult to do a full job. And I think we'd have to, I think we have to reflect on, if these turbines are built, then the special priority and care that's given to that area might change over the time. And I know that there's programmes in place, but I think it's hard to see how by interrupting it, it's then going to be possible to put it back to as it is today. And I think that's more relevant in this case, where it's a very special area of natural environment.
Right, just one final question. I think you've already alluded to this, and you're aware of it, that there's a degree of support from local residents and from some businesses in the wider area. My understanding is that you've balanced that, and you've come to the conclusion that you should stand in objection to the application. I don't want you to go any further if my understanding is correct, but that's what you've done, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Right, I have no further questions. Yes, Ms. Gibb.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mundell. I just have a couple of questions to ask. Sorry, I'm actually going to read these out. Too much in my mind at the moment. Mr. Steele made much of the issue of your democratic right to be representative of the constituents within your area. Can I ask you, do you either, no, however, would you agree or disagree that Sanquhar Community Council should have given credence to the democratic rights of their constituents by actually sending out an individual questionnaire to see if they supported or did not support this build?
So I understand the point that Ms. Gibb is trying to make, which I think is that the residents in Wanlock Head weren't necessarily as engaged as fully informing the view of Sanquhar Community Council, and because of the presence of the village council, Sanquhar Community Council wouldn't ordinarily interact much with Wanlock Head. But I think, as I had said earlier, Sanquhar Community Council, to my knowledge, have a blanket policy of saying yes to wind turbines because they feel, I guess, that there's no material disadvantage to them given the number of turbines that are already visible.
Mr. Mandel, sorry, I didn't quite ask that question correctly. What I actually was inferring or meaning to ask you was, as you, as a representative, would normally look at the representation of all of your constituents, Sanquhar, on the other hand, has a very small constituency in comparison to your own. Would it not have made sense, or would it not have been good practice for them to actually ask their residents individually by way of a questionnaire to say whether they were for or against this development?
I don't think I'm necessarily well placed to talk on best practice. All I can say is that in a number of other communities, similar surveys are sort of undertaken, and some attempt to gauge public views is normal course. But I think I've spoken at length about Sanquhar's views on Sanquhar Community Council's views on wind farms, and I feel it would be unfair to say much more without giving them the opportunity to set out their own views.
I appreciate that, Mr. Mundell. Just really another couple of questions, and I don't want to appear to be leading you on this. Were you aware that the local councillor, Mr Dempster, at the initial discussion that we had in the village, actually said at an open meeting, take the money and run.
Thank you, Ms. I'm not sure that's actually taking us into re-examination territory. It sounds like you're telling me something.
Sorry, I apologise for that, Mr Edwards.
Are there any other re-examination points?
The only thing I would like to ask Mr Mundell, no, I think I'll stop there.
Thank you. Thank you for your time, Mr Mundell. I think at this time, 5 to 5, if we could just take a 5-minute break before Mr Godfrey takes the stand and just stretch your legs for a minute. Thank you. As I've just said, we do need to have the whole kind of wrapped up by 6. So on that basis, could I just get a gauge for how much cross-examination we might have, Mr Steele?
Well, sir, I would intend to adopt the same approach with Mr Godfrey that I did before and not treat him as a professional witness but more as a community member. And Mr Godfrey was very fair and frank with very fair answers the last time, sir, and I anticipate the same again. And I would hope that we will get through. It much depends on how much he's going to read out and so on and so forth. But I would anticipate that I will be 20 or 30 minutes. I'm gauging the way Mr Godfrey so fairly approached matters the last time.
Right. Mr Godfrey, I'm in your hands in the sense of how much, or if any, you want to read out from your recognition.
Yes, indeed. I think I'll just read out a few paragraphs just to get used again to the sound of my own voice, and because I do recognise that my recognition is pretty long. Right. In respect of the section 2 of the recognition, economic impacts, I don't think we're very far apart in that. I recognise that the employment aspects, I agree with your assessment there. I think one thing that I am concerned about is the quality of jobs that would be provided in the area. And can I just pick up on 2.6? I might say that the reason for this is my son-in-law worked as a ground worker on the Clyde wind farm, and his experience was not very good. So if I pick a start at 2.6, we consider that the nature and quality of the jobs provided in the construction phase of the development is relevant. The construction industry recruits workers for the more menial tasks, such as groundwork, by using self-employed workers. I use the term self-employed in parenthesis there, because these people are actually employed by specialist employment agencies. And the employment practices relating to these workers are described in my original objection, or the Lead Hills Community Council's original objection. One thing that really stuck in my throat was that the people who were taken on by these employment agencies, they actually had to pay for the company to administer their own remuneration. So my son-in-law had to pay something like £35 a week for the employment agency to actually pay him his wages, and I suspect that was probably illegal. But in moving on, in the context of providing stable employment opportunities, we consider that should the development be approved, the developers should adopt a socially responsible employment code that the requirement for good employment practices should form part of the contracts of contractors and subcontractors. I think it ought to work all the way down the chain of contracts and subcontractors. And we would welcome assurances that this would be the case should the development be consented. Moving on to 2.9, within the environmental statement and the FEI, Bigger Economics describe the small size of the local communities. This has a knock-on effect in respect to the supply chain. The number and range of companies in the local area is very restricted, and although less so in the regional context, we would anticipate that the majority of the supply chain opportunities would be taken up by companies outside southern Scotland. Can I move on now to sort of tourism impacts? I don't want to get bogged down in the minutiae of the actual statistical analysis. So I'll at the moment I'll read out starting at paragraph 3.1. Dumfries and Galloway's Regional Tourism Strategy 2016 to 2020 and the Visit Scotland consultation response both focused on the importance of scenery to tourism. The latter pointed out in their visitor surveys, that their visitor surveys show that the quality of Scotland's scenery and its natural environment are two of the most important factors, but we did discuss this earlier. Dumfries and Galloway Council's Regional Tourism Strategy 2016 to 2020 recognises the important role which these elements play in underpinning the tourism sector, which is such an important element in the region's economy. The strategy targets a number of tourist growth sectors, which include nature-based tourism relating to the quality of the region's natural landscape and support for outdoor activities, including walking, cycling, mountain biking, and other country sports. Moving on. I'd like to pick up on section paragraph 3.7. In section 12 of my landscape and visual amenity evidence, I described the negative impact which the proposed North Lowther scheme would have on various receptors, including tourists, naturalists and walkers. As outlined in our original statement of objection, the mining museum and the visitors it attracts play an important part in sustaining local tourism businesses. If the proposed wind farm was to weaken the quality of the experience of visitors to the locality through diminution in their perceived merits of the settings of Wanlock Head and its wider environment, then this could have an impact on the viability of the museum. 3.9. In absolute terms, the number of people employed in tourism or tourist-related activities in the local area is small. However, in the context of Wanlock Head and Lead Hills, tourist spend is very important, underpinning visitor attractions such as the Museum of Lead Mining and the narrow gauge railway and the income of accommodation providers. There are quite a few people in the area now who do Airbnb, and that makes quite a significant impact on their incomes. Money spent by tourists provides employment and opportunities to generate income for local people. Details of local tourist-related activities were set out in our original statement of objection. Okay, that's all I want to say.
Thank you, Mr. Godfrey. Ms. Gibb, did you have any clarifications from Mr. Godfrey?
No, I think I'm comfortable with Mr. Godfrey's statement.
Okay, thank you. Any other clarifications from the parties on this side? No. Mr. Steele, cross-examination, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Godfrey, firstly, thank you for your reasonable approach and language in this document. I propose to do what I did with you before, which is rather than cross-examine you because you're a member of the community, ask you some very gentle questions, which I hope you'll agree with immediately, and we'll be out of here soon. So far as 2.3 is concerned, you are in agreement, this is paragraph 2.3 for the avoidance of doubt, of your recognition. You're in agreement with the assessment carried out by Bigger Economics about jobs.
I am indeed. I would have probably come to a similar conclusion.
These things are not precise, but it would have been similar. Thank you. You recognise at 2.5, and welcome the recognition of initiatives to ensure local people will have ability to get the relevant jobs.
Yes, I recognise that. I think it's the same with any major development. There is going to be a spin-off in the local economy.
Sorry, so far as 2.6 is concerned, that relates to your son-in-law's experience as being self-employed in inverted commas and having to pay an employment agency. I've no idea whether that will be used here, but I would hope not.
Yes, it was almost something I wanted to get off my chest.
Well, I think you got it off your chest.
I have been very upset by his experience.
I'll perhaps get an answer to that point for you from Mr. Bell, if we possibly can, tomorrow or the next day, but I can't assist you with that. But that's a position you were concerned about at Clyde.
Yes. I mean, if I can say that I did have a discussion with Alex Murley in relation to the Harryburn wind farm. Alex Murley is the European Development Manager for Energy, a big German company. And he actually comes from Sanquhar. And I actually know the family very well, so we did have a discussion, and he did give me a personal assurance that good employment practices would be insisted upon by Energy had they been given consent.
I'm going to try to get you that assurance here for tomorrow, the next day, if I possibly can. I cannot personally give it because I simply don't know Mr. Godfrey, but
that would be very helpful.
It may not be directly related to the planning merits, but it might actually assist you. Now, so far as 210 is concerned, economic problems in Upper Nithsdale, you agree that there is an element that would benefit from a little bit, or actually quite a big bit of investment. Would that be fair?
Yes, I would agree that is the case. I think a lot of economic spin-off from wind farms and certainly the Community Benefit Fund in many wind farms tends to be on sort of the softer community type of project, you know, the improving the community centre, this type of thing, or putting in a playground. And I feel that a harder-nosed approach to promoting jobs and the and facilities for generating employment would be...
Seems to me, Mr Godfrey,
very
that it might
helpful.
benefit if you were on the relevant trust that's administering the funds. But things such as, I say this selfishly, firstly, improving the skiing, or the narrow gauge railway, or the museum, these would be the sort of things that I presume you have in mind.
Yes, indeed. And what I would ask for would be a sort of, should the consent be given, a flexible approach to community benefit monies, in that at Lead Hills we have had run-ins with South Lanarkshire Council over a question of things like match funding and revenue funding for projects.
Well, hopefully there will be not similar run-ins. There certainly won't be with South Lanarkshire Council here, but no doubt matters can be discussed if, as and when, we get to that stage. And I take it that would meet your concern, if it be a concern, in relation to that issue.
Yes, I mean, we have had discussions regarding community benefit funding and indeed community investment, in that it was Foundation Scotland actually came to Lead Hills on a couple of occasions, and we did organise community meetings where these issues could be discussed.
Now, in relation to the Bigger Economics report, as I understand it, you yourself don't have experience in order to criticise the approach that's been taken, but you rely on another, Mr Wynne.
That's not quite the case. I think in my evidence, which I didn't read out, I actually did write a paper, albeit 25 years ago, on the tourism industry and its importance in the economy for Dumfries and Galloway.
Well, I don't think anybody doubts the importance of the tourism industry. The question is whether there's evidence, objective evidence, of a direct link to adverse effects from wind farms impacting on tourism. Do you have any objective, independent evidence to point to in that regard?
I have no independent evidence to relate to that, other than the report that was written for the Mountaineering Council by Dr. whose name I forget, I'm afraid.
It's Dr. Dave Gordon.
Sir.
Thank you, sir.
Now, you welcome the investment by Buccleuch Estates in relation to the Queensbury estate and the Croik multiverse. Is that right, with a view to improving tourism and tourist attractions in the area?
Yes, that's the case, but that is, there's been a sort of volte-face in terms of, we did discuss earlier the report that was written for Buccleuch, objecting to the 20 Shilling Hill wind farm.
Well, whatever that did or did not say, the position appears to be different now, because Buccleuch, as you say yourself, have invested heavily in the estate and in the multiverse.
I would agree that that is the case.
And would you agree with this proposition as well, that they would be hardly likely to invest however much it cost to design and build the multiverse if they thought it was going to be significantly adversely affected by the wind farm on their land?
Sorry, could you repeat the question there?
Probably not, but I'll try to. Do you accept, Mr Godfrey, that it is unlikely that Buccleuch would have invested so heavily in the Croik multiverse which is a very recent tourist attraction, if they thought that it was going to be significantly impacted by the wind farm which is being promoted on their land?
I accept that that is the case, but I would like to go back a few years. In fact, when I worked for Dumfries and Galloway Council, I was involved with discussions between a couple of coal companies and the Clew Estates regarding a combined coal washing scheme for the bings, that some of which are now part of the Crowick multiverse, and also that would have been done in conjunction with a large extraction scheme that would an open cast coal scheme. So I think one has to realise that things do move on.
Well, is it not apparent things have moved on? Whatever may or may not have happened in the past, the Clew Estates are clearly investing heavily in tourism in the area, as well as being involved through their land ownership with this wind farm.
Yes, I agree that that is the case.
You also accept that the actual numbers of people employed in tourism in the area is small. That doesn't diminish the importance of it. And the tourist spend is very important, obviously. But the question, of course, is whether or not that would be impacted by a wind farm.
Yes, I agree that is the sort of nub of this particular argument, in that the Museum of Lead Mining at Wanlock Head is very much a marginal business in terms of its sort of income and costs, and for many years it has struggled, and if there were likely to be any negative impact from the wind farm on tourism numbers, then there would be a pretty high probability, I would have thought, other things being equal, that the museum could fold.
Well, I hear everything you say, Mr. Godfrey. Do you not accept there is a possibility, if not a certainty, that trade would increase? There would be a positive spend from those associated to the wind farm in terms of the construction process and so on and so forth. And are you aware that there already has been, because we've been in it, having some rather good scones?
Yes, indeed. I accept that in terms of particularly the accommodation providers, putting up wind farm workers would make quite a big difference, certainly in the short term. And I would like to point out that in Lead Hills, the pub there, I think German was probably the second language that was spoken in the pub, because there were many technicians from Germany involved in the construction of the wind farm, the Clyde.
That's very fair. And can we agree that the same sort of thing is likely to happen here in relation to our proposal, which would be a particular benefit from the non-tourist season of the winter? I can't imagine there's too many tourists around in the depths of winter.
I would agree that there would be benefit from or to the accommodation providers by the market that would be there. But I would like to point out that there is a substitution effect, in that the existing tourists who fill these bed spaces at the moment are likely to be find that they would find it difficult to get accommodation, because what tends to happen is where wind farm companies put their workers into accommodation. They do it on a long-term contract basis, and they look for a good deal. And if those rooms are taken, then there is an issue as to where the tourists who would come to the area, where they would stay. And I do know from discussions and conversations with the owner of the hotel in Lead Hills that it did take something like 12 months to re-establish his tourism or his tourist base. He found that he did lose a lot of regular customers, and because when they inquired, there was no room for them. So there would likely to be a hiatus once the wind farm workers cease to take accommodation in the area.
But that might be a matter of judgment by the owner of the particular establishment as to whether he contracts out all his rooms or only some of them to keep his tourists happy. And might it not also lead to spin-off effect for the Airbnb that you've been telling me about?
Yes. I mean, a lot of the accommodation providers locally, such as the hotel at Lead Hills, they've got a restricted number of rooms. So if they've only got sort of 7 or 8 rooms that they can offer, then if 4 or 5 of them are taken up by workers from the wind farm, then there is restricted scope to accommodate tourists.
I hear that and accept that fully, Mr. Godfrey. But can we leave it this way, that it is likely, if not certain, that there will be some positive benefits to accommodation providers, as well as cafe, the museum cafe, as well as Airbnb, by virtue of the accommodation that will be required for the workers, particularly in the short term, but to a lesser extent in the longer term, from technicians having to come back and look after and service and repair kit.
Yes, I accept that is the case. But I think tourists tend to sort of move, they look for alternative accommodation if their preferred location, they find that the accommodation is tied up.
Okay, fine, thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Godfrey.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Godfrey. I actually have one question, and I think it's probably best to ask it during the policy session because it's to do with shared ownership, and I'd rather tie that in with how Mr. Bell's going to respond. So I'll leave it till then. Are there any points of re-examination from here? Mr. Mundell? Now, we have to make sure that whatever you're asking is something that's been asked in cross. You understand that? Yep.
Yes, it is. It was in relation to whether Mr. Godfrey had any knowledge as to the income derived from the Croik multiverse relative to the income that would be derived from the wind farm.
So I didn't ask about income from the multiverse.
My understanding is there was a series of questions about the investment that the local landowner had made in the Croik multiverse and why the landowner would make that investment if it felt the wind farm was going to impede that or have an effect on it.
I guess the point I was trying to question Mr. Godfrey on is whether he thinks it's possible that the landowner would see a greater financial advantage in the wind farm such that they wouldn't be so concerned about the Croik multiverse and any lost investment there.
The Croik multiverse, as I mentioned before, we did have discussions with the Clue and coal companies regarding a combined reclamation and open cast scheme. And one of the reasons that the Clew were very interested in that was that there had been a coal washing scheme started on the Croik pit bing, and what happened was the local authority did not take a bond, and once the company had taken all the coal out of the site, surprise, surprise, the company ceased to trade, and the liabilities for the restoration of the scheme fell on the landowner who was Beclew. And they had a dilemma then. What do we do with this site? We don't want to leave it as it is, and that's one of the motivations behind doing the Croik multiverse scheme.
And then specifically in relation to the funding of the Croik multiverse, are you, Mr. Godfrey, aware that it has received recent funding from the Scottish Government as well? It's not again, for want of a better word, an entirely self-sustaining enterprise.
I understand it's not a self-sustaining enterprise, in that I was aware that the number of visitors to that site was far less than the anticipated number that Beclew thought they would get.
And finally, you mentioned there being a number of technicians who had come to stay in Lead Hills during the construction of the Clyde wind farm. Are you able to speak as to how many of them have continued to live and work there as a result of being involved in that project?
Occasionally, technicians do stay at the hotel, but it's not very often. It's not obvious unless you're a local.
I guess what I was trying to get at was whether, as a result of the Clyde wind farm, there's been a number of highly skilled people who've come to live in the Lead Hills community as a result, or whether they were just there for the period they were working and then moved on.
The technicians that do come, they tend to be highly specialised experts who deal with sort of electrical and control issues, and there has certainly been some spin-off in terms of jobs, but I, in all honesty, I can't think of anybody who in the local community that actually works on the wind farm, say repairing fences or carrying out clearing drains and this sort of thing.
Right, thank you, Mr. Godfrey. Thank you. I'll let you wrap yourself up. That's us. That's the end of the socioeconomics inquiry session. Now, a couple of points tomorrow. I think if we can start at 10 o'clock, it says outside 9:30, but I have to travel further, so I think 10 would work for myself. Is that acceptable to parties?
That's suitable for you, sir. Yes, of course.
Okay, and in terms of the witnesses, I have the lineup as follows, and this would be the order I would assume they would come in. Stuart Bone first, and then Miss Gibb on contamination and flooding, followed by Mr. MacArthur and Mr. Godfrey on ornithology and ecology, followed by, I think it's Mr. Moody, is that right? And Mr. Godfrey on cultural and built environment. Yep. And then Mr. Bell, Mr. Robinson, and Mr. Godfrey on policy. Is that an agreeable lineup in order?
So that seems entirely sensible. I'm always optimistic, but I would hope that we might get through the three topics by the first three topics minus policy by about lunchtime. That might be too optimistic, but that's my mental target in any event.
That's agreeable to yourself, Mr. Finlay?
I don't think I'm going to be involved in the morning sessions. So, but we'll be ready for policy. And I understand that if we make headway on policy, we stand a reasonable chance of finishing that tomorrow afternoon. We then, or maybe on Wednesday morning, we have SNH on procedural factors on Wednesday, and then we have conditions, as I understand it.
Yes, the only caveat to that is that David Mandela MP will be just after the SNH internal procedures inquiry session. Okay, if I can ask for all of you to help by pushing the tables like we did last Tuesday to the back of the hall. In fact, if you give me 5 minutes, I will just check with those taking the brownies whether or not they require the hall tonight before we do all that. So if you just pack up generally. Thank you.